the Wi-Fi.
They're dressed very Saudi today.
I told that to Joel, you always wear a Saudi tie. I said, this is green for energy.
All right, let's go. Do this.
Sorry, I'll start this.
Until we start our webcast.
Oh, yes, of course. Okay.
So you're still. Good morning, everybody. I'm Doug Silliman, the president of the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, and it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you here to the Army-Navy Club on Farragut Square in downtown Washington, to the 9th annual AGSIW Petro Diplomacy Conference. For all of those in our virtual audience, I want to welcome you, say good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. We are very happy to have you joining us for this discussion as well. What I find very interesting is the last big in-person event that AGSIW held was our Petro Diplomacy Conference here in this room in 2019. And that conference had somewhat different content than we're going to hear today. We talked a lot about how oil producers and oil companies and gas companies were going to cope with, in their own business plans, a move toward adapting to climate change, with a couple of glances at the arguments of activists and the people who are arguing for a more quick transition. But a lot has changed in the past 3.5 years, and environmental activism and concern about climate change has become a dominant force in setting the energy agenda for companies, for countries, and consumers. And we seem to be involved seriously in a transition away from high carbon sources of energy to cleaner methods. And this is becoming a business assumption, not just something that is a good idea that activists would like to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars are flowing into renewable energy, and last year, for the first time, the investment in renewables exceeded investment in traditional hydrocarbons. And increasingly, you see investment in ESG, environment, social, governance issues, driving large investors, and certainly in the United States, President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act is likely to throw more money into renewable energy. Now, since we are the Arab Gulf States Institute, we do want to focus today on the Gulf, the producers in the Gulf, the broader Middle East region, but a lot of what we talk about will have implications globally in oil and gas markets and in the adaptation and move toward energy transition. And in the Gulf, a lot is actually happening. Wealthier countries like the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are moving to diversify their own economies. They're trying to address their own risks to increase their climate resilience. And they're investing significant resources to expand their production and use of renewable energies in their own economies and also potentially for export. And even middle-income countries, I think take Oman as an example, are investing in hydrogen and green hydrogen projects, although without a well-established international market for hydrogen as a source of energy. So over the next 2 days, we are going to try and examine a bunch of fundamental questions about energy transition, energy production, including things such as what is an energy transition and what might it look like? Can major oil producers succeed in reducing the carbon intensity of the energy that they produce? And if so, what might be the best strategies to do that? Will geopolitical shifts in the world, the rise of China, the growing ambitions of regional powers, many of which work in the Middle East, live in the Middle East, will it affect energy markets? Will it create stability or instability going forward? And back here in the Gulf, our home territory, what will the future energy mix for GCC states look like, and what opportunities does that give, and what pitfalls might that entail? But before we move into the discussion, I want to give everybody a little bit of the ground rules of how we're going to do this. We are hybrid. We've got a sizable in-person audience today. We also have a large virtual audience. So in order to move the sessions along a little bit more smartly, we're going to do very quick transitions between our sessions today. So for those of you online, don't go away for too long, because we will change out our speakers and have really quick transitions between sessions. For those of you here in the room, feel free to get up, move around, take a break when you need it, get a cup of coffee. We're not trying to keep you here in the room uncomfortably, but we do want you to come back and join into the discussion as quickly as you can. For those of you here in the room, after our second session, we're going to move downstairs for our lunch keynote session. So I would ask that you move as quickly as you can down the stairs and into the dining room, which is sort of beneath that end of the hallway. Mike Howard and I are going to start relatively early while they are actually serving you lunch, so that we have a little bit more time to expand the discussion, both in person and online. Tomorrow, our final two sessions are going to be completely virtual, so it'll be just like a normal Zoom meeting where you can participate in the normal way. And we'll have an excellent briefing from the IEA and then a concluding session as well. So with all the introductions and ground rules out of the way, I want to dive into our substance, go to our experts and our very knowledgeable attendees, and start our discussion. Our first panel is Decarbonization Pathways in the GCC, and our moderator is Kate Durian. Kate is an AGSIW non-resident fellow, a contributing editor for the Middle East Economic Survey, and a fellow at the Energy Institute. And if you've not yet read it, the author of the very good scene setter for this conference, which we emailed around to everybody by email, I think, early this morning. If you have not read it, I really recommend that you do, because it does set the stage and address a lot of the questions that we're dealing with. So, Kate, with no further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Doug, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to whoever's dialing in visually. I'm very, very pleased to have this really excellent panel. I've known our three speakers, and I think you do too, because they are experts in their field. One of the surprising things that while researching the paper, was to see how small the percentage of renewable energy is in the Middle East, excluding North Africa. Actually, Africa has more. The IRENA numbers show that renewable energy capacity in the Middle East, excluding Egypt, Morocco, which are big renewable energy producers, is 1% of the global total. So that's why it made me think about the transition in the GCC countries and how much more it needs to be scaled up if we are going to get these sort of ambitious projects, green hydrogen, green ammonia, more solar. And it just seems to me that there is so much more that needs to be done to decarbonize. And the IEA will tell you tomorrow that they expect peak oil demand to come sooner rather than later. So is that going to accelerate, or is it at the same time as, countries like Saudi Arabia, which Adam knows very well, and the UAE, Kuwait, and Iraq are expanding their production capacity? So who's going to get it right? Who's going to end up with stranded assets? It's a very, very complex issue, and I'm not going to talk very much. It's all in the scene setter, but I would like to very briefly introduce, by no order except maybe seniority, Adam Ziminski, who is very well known to you. He's a senior advisor on the Board of Trustees of the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center that we know as CAPSARC. I've got Sarah Vashkouri, who is founder and president of SVP Energy International, and Ben Cahill, who's a senior fellow, Energy Security and Climate Change Program Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, to the rest of you. So I'm going to start by asking Adam, because you've been working with CAPSARC and very closely with the ministry in Saudi Arabia, is what is being done to decarbonize the energy sector? Because we have a slightly later net zero target in Saudi Arabia of 2060. And there's a lot of talk about carbon capture storage, circular carbon economy, but where are we at what stage are we with this decarbonization, with this new technology that hasn't really taken off on a large scale yet?
Thank you, Kate, Ambassador. Hello, everybody. Well, Kate, your question is a really interesting one. I spent a long time, almost 5 years, as the administrator at the Energy Information Administration, and then as the president and then advisor to the board of CAPSARC. Both of these institutions are fact-based, or at least try to be. So I like to start with a few facts, and the Energy Information Administration published their outlook for global energy consumption, and it is kind of, I wouldn't say business as usual, but it's based on existing law regulation and not expectations of how laws, regulations, and so on might change. That's what the IEA did in their forecast for net zero by 2050. What they did is they picked an endpoint, and then they worked towards the endpoint. If you look at what the Energy Information Administration said about the global energy outlook, what they said is oil demand is actually likely to keep growing over the next several decades, despite the fact that renewables are the fastest growing form of energy. There will still be a lot of natural gas and even coal consumption in 2050 under this scenario. So I think that, coming back to your question, let me just give you an example. If you think about energy consumption, you've all have heard these statistics. There's 1 billion people that don't have electricity. There's 2 billion people that don't have clean cooking fuel. Those are mostly women and children that suffer from the indoor air pollution problems caused by burning animal waste for fuel and sometimes wood, which leads to deforestation in a lot of areas, right? So on that issue alone, propane is a great solution for cooking, right? But it's a fossil fuel, and we have a lot of people who are saying, well, we should ban fossil fuels, we should eliminate fossil fuels. I think it's a poor framing of the issue. So let me now quickly answer your question. It's not the fuels that need to be decarbonized, in my view. It's the atmosphere that needs to be decarbonized. It's the emissions that we have to deal with, and we could even start with methane emissions, unburned methane, which is a climate problem and is something that hasn't been fully addressed even here in the United States, in places like North Dakota and Texas. And you all know about the other areas, Russia, Nigeria, Iraq, and elsewhere, where methane flaring and simply release to the atmosphere is taking place. So I think that we are still going to have quite a bit of fossil fuel consumption. That's good. I mean, in many ways, it's good. It will help the economy. There are many sectors that are really difficult to decarbonize. Air travel, airlines, for example, heavy heat applications in industry, cement manufacturing, and so on. We can look for technological solutions for these things, but we need to think about this holistically. So, Kate, what we need is to think about the 4 R's of the circular carbon economy: reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove. and we can't forget about remove, but reduce is like conservation, renewables, efficiency activities. Nuclear should fall into that category. Remove, reduce and reuse includes a lot of things. Remove, get carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, do something with it. You can do that in nature-based solutions, whether it's forestry or mangrove restorations, in the coastal areas, things like this that are a terrific way of doing it, or technologically through direct air capture and then doing something with the carbon dioxide. So what we can't do is fall into this trap of saying that we're going to easily and cheaply eliminate fossil fuels. I don't think that's going to happen. So what we need is an all-out R&D demonstration set of projects across the board for everything, keep everything on the table, try to get this done, and lower the costs of these other technologies. We did it very successfully with electricity, and we did it with wind, and we need to do it in a dozen other technologies that will help us reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you were talking basically about demand side management, right? I mean, because at the end of the day, you can manage your scope 1 and scope 2, but when it comes to scope 3, it's sort of out of your hands. So you have to, energy efficiency, and my friend Olgu here is looking at energy efficiency in Turkey.
In 15 seconds, I want to come back to the paper that you wrote and the quote you have from Secretary General Gutierrez and his view of that question. And so let's not forget to talk about it.
Okay. No, it is. But I mean, what I really wanted to talk about was, yes, we are going to have oil and gas for decades to come. And even by 2050, even in the more optimistic, net zero targets, there is still going to be some oil and gas, but it has to be decarbonized. And Saudi Arabia talks a lot, and other producers talk about getting rid of methane, as you call it, or as I call it, and storing carbon dioxide, but it's not happening on a large scale at the moment. But I want to move on to Sarah, because one of the other interesting little bits of data that I gathered while I was doing my research was Iran has the highest renewables percentage because of hydro, but hydro is on the way down because a lot of numbers actually exclude hydro, but the IRENA numbers don't exclude hydro. So you have a problem with hydropower being an issue. You've got water scarcity in countries like Iraq. So and Iran is under sanctions. If we get sort of partial relief, where does Iran stand in the sort of great scheme of things? Because we're not sure what's going to happen to Russia post-war. Is it going to have the same capacity? What happens to countries like Iran? What happens to countries like Iraq? They're not doing enough on mitigation. They don't have that much renewables except for hydro, which is on the way down. So I'd really love your views on where Iran stands. And if you want to go and expand a bit further, that's fine.
Thanks, Kate and Ambassador. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. So when we're talking about renewable, that Kate gets the tricky point is is this a capacity that has been built through industry, or is natural resources that the country is using simply like hydro? Yes, Iran has a lot of hydro capacity, but Iran is also dealing with drought and severe water issues. So, I mean, I don't have necessary hope that that is going to be expanded, especially now with water issues in Tajikistan and Iran's issue with drought. But something that I like to emphasize is what Adam said. Looking at just in the region that we're talking about, UAE is now hosting COP. UAE is one of the very few countries in the region that has been looking at demand management. So actually, the country has a solid demand management strategy and a document, which I had the privilege of reviewing that. This was before COVID. They have these creative methods of looking at how much demand is produced in the country, in which sectors, how can they efficiently reduce and manage that demand. This is something that has been dropped from the discussion of energy transition. When we are talking about energy transition, decarbonization, our most focus is on how how supply should be. How can we produce supply with a cleaner alternative sources of energy? But there is no emphasis on demand. And if we would like to start with the GCC or the Gulf area, I would say that UAE is a perfect example of, because they're building a lot, the country constantly builds buildings. So now they have been looking on a very careful codes for buildings. They produce a lot of water. Adam mentioned clean cooking energy, but also there is a strong nexus between water and energy, and countries in this region often are desalinating water. In Saudi Arabia and UAE, most of the Gulf countries, and how that water, which is a huge amount of electricity involved, is going to be used in in a very efficient way. Coming out of region and looking at it more global, my most concern, which there hasn't been any study, at least as of now, if I know, have been published on how AI and clouds are going to have impact on demand. We have Mark here and Adam, also two major organizations that we were relying on their data. Most of the future forecasts on demand are based on two factors, population and economic growth. But now that we're looking at the demand growth for any type of energy for the next, let's say, 2 decades, how can we anticipate how fast the AI and clouds are going to increase and how it's going to have impact on demand? I mean, this is a question maybe you guys can answer, but in most of the forecasts and scenarios that we have for energy 2050, energy 2040, all the forecasts are based on population growth and economic growth, but AI is rapidly increasing. And this is something we are so much worried about, the numbers of the cars that have to switch from gasoline to electric vehicles. There hasn't been a study, at least as I know, that has come up with a methodology to tell us how fast AI and those data centers are growing. You know, we have this psychological, we think that we are putting all those 2,000 pictures every day we are taking on a cloud. It's not cloud, it's electricity. So those data centers, how are they going to have impact on electricity demand, on energy demand? This is something that is missing from discussion. So I think, at least hopefully for this COP that we are heading, and UAE is hosting it, which is very sensitive about demand management, I hope that we are having more serious discussions about the new types of demand and how rapidly they're going to have impact on global energy demand.
Thank you, Sarah. Of course, yes, demand management is starting to take hold, because at the end of the day, these are countries that are very impacted by climate change, and desalination is growing, and I suppose you can switch from use of gas. Ben, you've written quite a lot about the GCC countries and the energy scene. So where do you see it heading? I mean, we do have COP28, we do have two countries that are really sort of leading the pack in Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Is it enough? Are we on the right track, or you know, what are the gaps?
Well, thanks, Kate. Thanks, Ambassador Suleiman. It's great to be here today. It's a very long, narrow room, so I can't see half of you. I feel like we're at a giant dining table. You can't quite see the other end, but it's really a pleasure to be here. Maybe I can start by just setting out some kind of broad themes in the run-up to COP28 and the role of the GCC states. So all the GCC states, aside from Qatar, as far as I know, have net zero targets. Those net zero targets are by 2050 for the UAE and for Oman, and by 2060 for everyone else. And, you know, we're in a special period now in the run-up to COP28 with the UAE holding the COP28 presidency, Sultan Al Jaber holding this role as COP28 president. And there's a lot of scrutiny on the role of the Gulf states in the energy transition and how much they're doing themselves to accelerate that transition, what role they see themselves playing over the long term, what's the role for fossil fuels. You know, as you all know, all these net zero targets are not incompatible with the expansion plans for oil and gas. So in Saudi Arabia, you have a plan to expand oil production capacity, maximum sustainable capacity, as it's called, to 13 million barrels a day by 2027. In the UAE, ADNOC has a target of raising oil production capacity to 5 million barrels a day by 2027. That target was brought forward Now they're talking about 6 million barrels a day. If you look around the world, these are two of the countries with the largest expansion plans. And yet, this is not incompatible with the Scope 1 and 2 target. So the question is, how can you do both at the same time? And how do you message that? Because I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about this. It's important to note here, I think that, from the Gulf states' perspective, there's really no conflict here. From their perspective, Western policymakers have really lost their way in the long-term thinking about the pace of the energy transition, the need for continued investment in fossil fuels over the long term. From their perspective, the oil is going to be needed, and they have a comparative advantage, obviously. They have large-scale, low-cost, low-carbon intensity resources. So that was why I think the reaction to the IEA net zero scenario was so furious among the Gulf states. And, you saw that the spat between OPEC and the IEA has really gone downhill in the last couple of years. OPEC has stopped using the IEA as a secondary source. Saudi energy minister seems to criticize the IEA at every opportunity. But it's really down to a fundamental debate about what's the role of the Gulf states over that long pathway for fossil fuels. I think the critical question here is how quickly the Gulf states can increase the share of renewable energy in the power sector. Because if you do that, that makes a lot of things possible. And it's important to keep in mind a couple things here. I mean, in Saudi Arabia, in the summer months, you have up to 1 million barrels a day of crude oil burn for power generation, with both crude oil, diesel, and other liquid fuels. I mean, this is enormously wasteful from an economic perspective. That's oil that could be exported for much higher revenue. It's not good environmentally. It's really just a waste of resources. It's a shame that it's taken the kingdom so long to make transition plans to kind of wind down the role of liquids in electricity generation. But it's good that the momentum is happening. It's important to keep in mind here, though, that we have a long way to go. I mean, these are economies that have huge solar potential. Some of them, like Oman, have pretty good wind resources. They obviously have a lot of investment capital. They have a whole array of state investment funds and quasi-state investment funds that have expertise in building big projects. And things happen fast in the Gulf. If you have the political commitment, things can happen really quickly. You just don't have the same kind of red tape in terms of, permitting, local community buy-in, a lot of the obstacles to renewable energy development that we see in Europe and the United States and, even in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, the potential to develop this stuff fast in the Gulf states is huge. And I would say that question about the role of renewables in the power sector is directly related to a big question here, which is what is the role of gas in the Gulf? Because if you can rapidly increase the share of renewable energy in the power sector, that frees up a lot of natural gas for multiple uses. And I think there's a big question about, what is the role of gas over the long term? Will more of that gas be reserved for industrialization, or domestic petrochemicals industries at home? Will it be reserved for blue hydrogen production? Right now you see the Gulf states talking about all of these things simultaneously. And I think the important thing to keep in mind is that in the last couple of years, the situation with gas has really changed pretty dramatically in the Gulf. Until recently, this is a region that was really gas short. Aside from Qatar, it was kind of a struggle for self-sufficiency in gas. You had some economies like Kuwait and the UAE that have actually been gas importers on a seasonal basis for quite some time. The UAE has been importing gas from Qatar via the Dolphin pipeline. But in the last 10 years, there's been a big focus on domestic gas exploration and development. It's mostly sour gas and unconventional gas, so it's more expensive, more difficult to develop stuff. But again, if you increase the share of renewables, you free up that gas for a lot of different resources and potential end uses. I want to end on, just I think what I hope is kind of a realistic note. The fact is these are pretty energy inefficient economies, and we have a long way to go on this decarbonization journey. If you really want to decarbonize these economies, you have to think about how to decarbonize the power sector, how to reform electricity and fuel subsidies. We saw a lot of progress back in the 2014-2015 period. I think we've kind of taken our foot off the gas with some of the Gulf states and continuing that subsidy reform. And in effect, you're asking citizens to pay more for things that have always been kind of a birthright. So that's always challenging. So just some broad themes to start off the conversation. I'm sure we can talk about hydrogen and lots of other things later on.
I was going to get to that.
Hydrogen's the inevitable topic, right? So someone had to mention it at some point.
Well, I do want to talk about hydrogen because, you've got very opposing views on hydrogen. Saudi Arabia wants to build the biggest green hydrogen plants in the world. And I think they've even got the financing for it, if I'm not mistaken, and an off-taker. So that's interesting. But the other side of the argument is, okay, why are we talking about green hydrogen or green ammonia or blue as an export, for export, as opposed to using it internally, domestically, producing lower carbon products and exporting them? Because at the end of the day, it's quite a complicated process to produce the green hydrogen. First, you need to scale up your solar, wind capacity, whatever it is, or, even small modular nuclear units. I was talking to your friend yesterday, Adam, and she was saying, do you know about purple hydrogen? And I said, is that nuclear? She said, I thought it was pink. So, the colors of the colors keep, I keep hearing about new colors because we've got green and blue and pink and brown and whatever. Anyway. That's one side of the argument. Are we putting too much stock? I think the IEA did a recent report saying Oman could be one of the biggest producers and exporters of green hydrogen. And they do have, joint ventures with BP and others to produce it. I think Egypt wants to do the same. And, you don't really yet have an aggregated demand picture for hydrogen. It seems to be more bilateral relations. I think the Saudi Arabia's exported blue ammonia to Japan. It's happening, but it seems to be so much waste. If you're going to export ammonia, green ammonia, and then regasify it, and then losses along the way, if you export it as gas, it takes up, more space, and it costs 30% more than LNG. It just seems to me that if you were to switch to hydrogen domestically, but again, that's the other side of the argument. I'm not endorsing it. I'm just putting it out there. But we also have a sort of shift, a very, very important, and we can't not mention Russia and what the whole crisis in Ukraine has done to the geopolitics of energy. I'm not going to talk about geopolitics of politics and diplomacy, but there seems to be also a lot of interest in Chinese investment in the GCC states, and this sort of move, and the flows are incredible. I've been looking at the numbers, and we're talking hundreds of millions. And I think my colleague Robert here is the expert on China. I'll bring him in later on. But there is a change. There's been a change in trade flows. There's been a change in sort of alliances and geopolitical alliances. Energy, we've had OPEC Plus, which has sort of survived this relationship that is anchored by Saudi Arabia and Russia, and it sort of seems to have held despite a lot of challenges. And one of the questions that came up, and I think Bloomberg did something about this, basically saying, is Russia really now going to be committed to the OPEC Plus cuts, which it hasn't really been. So is there any, Adam, what can you tell us about this sort of geopolitical shift, Saudi Arabia getting closer to China, the relationship with Russia, despite everything else that's happened? They are competing more in the Asian markets, but that somehow doesn't seem to have damaged that relationship, that alliance.
So, Kate, commenting on OPEC geopolitics sounds like a career-terminating move for me. So I think I'll stay away from that. But I did actually want to comment on a couple of things that Sarah and Ben talked about. Sarah mentioned the use of electricity and artificial intelligence. We do know that Bitcoin has been a huge consumer of electricity. I just did a quick lookup. It's in the United States, Bitcoin is using electricity that's equivalent to the entire diesel fuel consumption of the U.S. railroad fleet. So that's, and if you want to do a country comparison, all of the electricity in Norway is being used for Bitcoin. Not if in a comparison. So we know that that's a thing. Sarah's comment also reminded me that air conditioning is a huge consumer in the Gulf region of electricity, and Ben's comment about oil being used in Saudi Arabia in the summertime. That's to to power electricity and, and some water desalination. So there is a goal in Saudi Arabia. It's a stretch goal, 2030, that half of the electricity would be coming from natural gas and half from renewables. I think they will make some progress towards that. The renewables targets are being made more difficult by inflation and the cost of renewables going up. And then a final comment on demand management in Saudi Arabia, and I know elsewhere as in the UAE, there are air conditioner standards, there's lighting standards, there's fuel economy standards for automobiles, all of which are similar to those in the industrialized countries like the United States and Europe and so on. Finally, if you really want to do something about global warming and climate, you have to have producers involved. I mean, this is not going to happen without the active use of the technology and capital that's available in the energy industry. And to that end, President Biden actually created something back in April of 2021 called the Net Zero Producers Forum. The Department of Energy is working on this. It includes Canada, Norway, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and of course the United States. And they are jointly, they represent about half of global oil and gas consumption, and they're trying very hard to come up with some ideas to actually implement a practical strategy towards net zero, starting with methane, which we talked about. Right, and of course carbon dioxide, and finding ways to deal with that. So I think that the idea that producers are the polluting industries, that quote comes from Secretary General Gutierrez, that need to be somehow banished. It is simply unworkable. It's not a practical way of approaching the problem, and we need to get engineers and financiers involved in this and get going in a serious way.
But in order to do all the things that you said, don't we need a carbon tax? I mean, don't we need to put a price on this carbon? Because without that, I don't think we can get there. Am I wrong, or?
You have to be this is a terminology issue. A price on carbon or a value on carbon makes a lot of sense. Whether a tax is the right way to get a price or a value on carbon is a much longer discussion that we should talk about. I think that trying to find a way to get a value on carbon is going to be critical. Saudis and others in the Gulf, I know the UAE, are interested in doing something that would foster that. And so I think that the idea that somehow that the producers in the Gulf region are dragging their feet is just simply wrong. They're actually pushing, in many cases, technological solutions that might actually get us out of the problem.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I totally agree, Adam. I think that it's important to give credit to the Gulf states for using power more efficiently and changing building codes and all those things. Those are really important, and the benefits will play out over time, right, as that construction continues. Just to pick up on the theme that Adam mentioned, there's a real effort by the Gulf national oil companies to decarbonize their production. So in the UAE, for example, ADNOC is now buying clean power for offshore facilities. It's renewable energy and also nuclear energy now that they have nuclear power. You have this effort to decrease methane emissions, which is a theme that we see around the world. It's incredibly important. It's definitely going to be part of the COP28 agenda. Among the Gulf national oil companies, ADNOC has now joined the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership, or OGMP 2.0. Qatar Energy has joined this as well. I think this is a really significant stride forward. It's important. The stance of the Gulf national oil companies has always been, look, methane emissions is not a problem here. We've got these huge reservoirs. They're very efficient to produce from. We just don't have the methane leakage. We've got top-class engineering. I don't doubt that that's true, but the data to prove it has been lacking. And so it's really important for national oil companies across the board around the world to step up and make tangible commitments to reducing methane. the fact that some of the Gulf NOCs have now done this, I think, is really encouraging. And if you have a Scope 1 and Scope 2 target, as ADNOC and as Aramco have, these are the kinds of steps you have to take. These are the things that actually equal declining emissions intensity and methane intensity over time. This is how you meet your interim targets and your long-term targets. And so, I think now we're kind of in a place where the Gulf NOCs are sort of pivoting from trust us to, okay, we're going to give you the data and we're going to prove it, and we're going to make this a more tangible part of our corporate targets. And I think it's actually quite encouraging.
Yeah, and it's something I've always said to, besides, there is a messaging problem because the message isn't being heard. And as you said, and as Adam said, there's a lot being done to try to decarbonize, and they're actually doing it. And I remember the energy efficiency drive was started by His Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman years and years ago. Long before we started talking about net zero targets, he was going into shops and sort of getting rid of inefficient air conditioners. So I think it's... But, and I've said it to Aramco, it's unfortunate because they put a lot into research and development. They do have a pilot, carbon capture and storage pilot, which I think is being expanded. But again, I don't think it's big enough. And Adam, I think you mentioned direct air capture. It's still very expensive, which is why I'm saying, you've got to have some carbon tax. I think Abu Dhabi is preparing to launch a sort of a carbon trading platform. Which, again, is one example of how you can integrate within the region, because the region isn't really, they're not going at the same pace.
Keep in mind that 25 years ago, solar panels were considered too expensive to make any progress.
And I think that's what we need. But again, and one of the things that nobody talks about is that, and I think if you talk to the oil companies, yes, they have had to change their strategy. So now you've got, the likes of Shell and Total saying, yeah, we're going to produce oil and gas a bit longer than we anticipated, but we're still sticking to our net zero scenarios, which is fine. As my Feridun Fesharaki recently said at a conference in Dubai, he said, all these people setting these 2050 net zero targets, they're all going to be dead by then. So, nobody's going to be held accountable if they don't make it. And as you said, he said, it's just the number, and for the Europeans, it's sort of like a religion, this net zero target. So you mentioned propane cooking. Getting rid of oil stoves, oil and gas stoves. I think Germany wants to do that. We set these targets and then we don't reach the targets and we set a higher target. So, I think we have to recognize the fact that this is a transition. It's going to take time, and you're not going to do away with oil and gas overnight. It's still 80% of primary energy demand. I was in London in February for the Energy Institute's what they now call the energy, it used to be IP Week, International Petroleum Week, which of course is now a no-no. And while we were there, we were harassed a lot by environmental groups who were sort of trying to glue themselves to the door. And then during the gala dinner, they let off a smoke bomb. We all had to go out in the cold and, be exposed to chants and screaming. And one of the sessions they decided to come into and start yelling and screaming and saying we're killing the planet and we should be ashamed of ourselves. But it was about sustainable investments, but they didn't really want to hear it. And I think that's where the problem is. There is a lot being done in the GCC. So now it's like, why is the head of an oil company in, president designate of COP28? Well, you know what? You're not going to do it without these big companies who know how to manage big projects, who know how to, who've got the technology, who've got the know-how, and who have, tried, except that unfortunately, their shareholders don't like the fact that they're not producing oil and gas, or that their share price isn't equal to their peers. So they're having to adapt. The messaging is very wrong. The IEA says net zero by 2050. You don't need to invest in new oil and gas. Well, what about decline? Even in your net zero scenario, you're going to have oil and gas, maybe a smaller market, and it's going to be the so-called advantaged oil and gas that's going to survive. So, Sarah, you mentioned the AI and all that, but isn't that something that can be used for demand management as well?
You know, the backbone of energy transition, we call it electrification, and that needs a lot of energy demand. That adds a lot of demand. We need a lot of infrastructure for, by the time that in US, the target for having everybody has EV, if it's achieved, how much electricity infrastructure we need to build. And then at the end of the day, again, we might not create emission from the car exhaust, but at some point that electricity and production of those cars have created. Actually, you know, Kate, you mentioned something, you quoted that, you know, by 2050, many of these people are not there. We might not reach the target. We just set higher target. I think the danger of that is that even if we don't reach those targets, we create certain changes that we get stuck with them, and that could create harm. Because if we want in the United States, for instance, have every car goes EV, if we want to have all the stoves be electricity, not gas, how much electricity we need, where that electricity comes from, is that coal, gas, nuclear, hydrogen production, that comes from electricity. And some of these parts, like, first of all of them come from oil, petrochemical. That is going to put a huge demand on oil demand, producing new anything, stove or cars. But something that we forget, or I mean, we don't talk about it, is the harms, the environmental harms from mining. Again, is there how much study we have about that? About producing, let's say, wind turbine blade, all those high fiber carbons, we need 2,800 degrees of heat, which doesn't, we can produce it with electricity. We need fuel for that in industry. So we need fossil fuel to produce wind turbine blades. And then when we want to recycle them, they're highly energy intensive. Do we have enough studies that suggest how much a wind turbine blade or a solar panel produce electricity during its life cycle, and how much electricity we need from the mining period to producing that wind turbine or solar panel, and then decommission them and recycle them? So do we have these studies? And one last thing that is always missing, and I think the GCC countries, especially Saudi and UAE, are have done a lot of work on that, is the energy access. The gap between global north and south that is being creating, the energy access affordability, and all those billion people that don't have access to electricity, because of not having access to electricity, don't have access to safe water. How much work we are doing. There's a lot of investment in ESG, but the S is often missing. There's a lot of investment and talk on how we should produce this energy, how environmental, that's social. Going to Africa, you can't see any of those investment really much rapidly happening. You don't see that. And the other issue that is missing, human rights. We cannot have an energy transition that leaves others behind. One is on the access side. The other side is on the mining. Any rechargeable battery you're using, if it's our mobile or watch, and if it's car, which is going to be bigger, everybody, all the discussions, majority of discussions when it comes to EV, everybody's headache is how many charging stations we have, how much electricity we need. What about the chemistry of the battery? Is there any discussion about how much lithium and cobalt we need? Where that cobalt comes? Majority of cobalt in the world comes from one country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And majority of those mines, like every other strategic minerals, are owned or processed by China. And there is this book, I read that, I want everybody to read it, Cobalt Red. It discusses, if you go to Samsung, Tesla, everybody will tell you that their batteries have been supplied from a human right, clean, no kids labor. But all of that cobalt produced, most of it in Congo, is produced by Chinese government, Chinese companies. And those that they witnessed it, there's no human rights on the ground. They sell it to each other. It's like money laundry, human rights laundry. And then at the end, it comes from clean. So I think the question of human rights in terms of mining, emissions in terms of mining, decommissioning all these renewables, access, the gap between global north and south, if this energy is affordable or not, these are all very big questions that we need more studies done before we decide that we want to change or encourage the investment to divest from one field to the other field.
Thank you, Sarah. And I was actually going to talk about another kind of access, because yes, you're right. And I think the World Energy Council talks a lot about humanizing the energy transition, which means bringing people into the conversation, which we don't do enough of. But talking about access, one of the things I think the industry has done over and over again over decades is put the cart before the horse. So, for example, we've got in the UK, and I think here in the States as well, we've got wind farms that have no access to the grid, because the grid, you know, we need more investment in the grid. And I don't know if enough is being done. I suppose, you know, in the newer countries that are just developing their energy systems, it's a lot easier than having a grid that is not really geared to handle all these intermittent sources of energy. And I think it's probably time to bring in a roundtable discussion, which I quite like. So if anybody has anything, so do you want to say something about grid access?
I wanted, Sarah did such a great job on the geopolitics. I want to come back to some data issues again.
I spared you that one.
You know, and I thought the way you were going earlier, you were talking about hydrogen, and I thought you were going to get Ben to talk about hydrogen.
Yeah.
But the colors of hydrogen, I mean, you know, it's really convenient. If you say green hydrogen, you kind of have a rough idea what you're talking about. And blue hydrogen coming from natural gas and what have you. So the problem with that is that you really have to, there has to be measurement associated with this. The real question is not what color is it, but what's the carbon intensity of the hydrogen production. Exactly. And that can be measured. That brings me to a larger issue that I want to say is all of the moves towards reducing methane, reducing carbon dioxide, and other greenhouse gases need a very robust measurement, reporting, and verification system. If we do not have what they call MRV, this isn't, again, it's not going to work. You have to find a way to be able to measure. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So everybody's talking about managing it, but we need an international agreement on measurement, and this is going to be talked about at COP28 coming up at the end of the year, and I really hope they make some progress on that. So thank you.
Thank you, and we will come to Ben and hydrogen, but something Sarah mentioned about, you know, precious metals and rare earth. I think, Mark, we were discussing this at dinner last night, is the new Energy Institute statistical review, the former BP statistical review, is now got, they don't have, they no longer list reserves, proved gas reserves, but they have included, but they've included now metals and cobalt and, you know, all these components. So yes, hydrogen. Is it still hype? I remember being here in this very room several years ago, and people were sort of dismissing. They didn't even want to talk about hydrogen because it was sort of seen as too much hype. It ain't happening. That was maybe 5 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. And so, Ben, are we getting closer to the hydrogen economy?
I mean, there's still way too much hype. We can all agree on that, right? I mean, I think that the hydrogen bubble is bursting a little bit, and we're starting to get more realistic about what are the actual practical end-use applications of hydrogen. It does make sense for the sectors that Adam mentioned earlier, right? So heavy industry, steel, glass, cement, chemicals, maybe aviation, possibly shipping. That's where it makes sense. For the rest of the applications, fuel cell vehicles, hydrogen trains and buses, forget it. It's just too energy inefficient. You should just electrify those things and not use hydrogen. You waste too much energy in the production, and then the transformation into usable energy at the end doesn't make sense. So that's good that we're having a more realistic conversation about hydrogen. The interesting thing about the long-term development of a hydrogen economy is that you need to develop both the supply and the demand at the same time. And that's a hard thing to do. Robin Mills, who's a non-resident fellow here, I believe, at the Arab Gulf States Institute, has done great work on the Gulf States and hydrogen plans. And he notes a couple things that the Gulf States have in abundance that will be really important for hydrogen production. So they have good solar potential, as I mentioned earlier. In some cases, good wind potential. Really favorable geology for carbon sequestration. That's very important for green hydrogen production. And obviously, they have some gas resources for blue hydrogen production. The challenge on the gas side is that, particularly in the UAE and in some other places, maybe like Kuwait as well, You're talking about unconventional gas, sour gas, offshore gas caps. This is more expensive to develop, complicates the economics a little bit. But the potential is there, clearly, and that's why I think the Gulf states and the governments, the national oil companies, and some other state companies and quasi-state companies like Aqua Power and partners like Air Products are developing blue hydrogen in Saudi Arabia, why ADNOC is looking at this, and why they think they have advantages in exporting hydrogen and ammonia. The economics of transporting hydrogen and ammonia over long distances are still uncertain, to say the least. But the really critical advantage that the Gulf NOCs have is that they have the customer linkages. These companies have been selling to Asia for a long time. They have long-standing relationships with the big utilities and the gas buyers in Japan and South Korea. These are the places that want to increase the use of hydrogen. They want to use hydrogen to co-fire with natural gas and coal in power plants. Hydrogen is a big part of their decarbonization plans. And so having that existing relationship with those companies is actually a huge leg up. It's quite important. And you have to develop this market in a kind of stepwise way. In a way, it's kind of similar to the way that the LNG sector developed over time, where you had point-to-point sales, kind of one-off transactions in the early days between, say, Algeria and Japan, and then it grew over time. Suddenly, as more hydrogen supply materializes and as more people want to buy the stuff, you develop more of a liquid market where not everything is locked up in those long-term contracts. But you have to start somewhere, and you have to start with the foundation. So there, I think the Gulf state NOCs have some advantages.
Hey, Ben, you're reminding me that the UAE and Saudi Arabia both have very solid plans for carbon dioxide hubs that would likely include hydrogen as part of the mix at the hubs. And Saudi Aramco and the Energy Ministry in Saudi Arabia are committed to having the ability to store 9 million tons of hydrogen by 2027, actually, which is a near-term goal. And I think, Sarah, the UAE is doing some things that are very similar.
Yeah, no, it's happening. And I think one of the things that gets lost in all this talk about, oh, yes, an oil-producing country is going to be hosting COP28. But, Masdar is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, investor in renewable energy in the world, not just within the region. Aqua Power is huge. But one of the things that scares me, and this is something we were looking at from the new statistical report, the sort of the Beyond Petroleum report, statistical review, is the share of coal is still pretty big when you look at it. And nuclear is coming down because a lot of these countries decided suddenly, no more nuclear for us. We'll burn coal, lignite, it's fine. Emissions are up. 2022 emissions were on the way up, so not on the way down. So something is wrong. But anyway, you had something that you wanted to say, Mark, I think, when we were talking.
Thanks, Kate, and thanks to all the panelists. I'm struck
Mark,
by...
do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. Mark Finley with the Baker Institute at Rice University, and a former producer of what used to be the BP Statistical Review. I'm struck that carbon capture, utilization and storage hasn't featured more prominently in the discussion of the Gulf states' strategies here. I mean, the industry in the region and around the world already has a lot of practice at injecting stuff into the ground at a massive scale, both liquids and gases. Is there something that I'm missing about why carbon capture doesn't feature more prominently in the conversation?
Mark, I think some of the countries, major producers like UAE and Saudi, they have it. So they're heavily investing on that, and they think actually it's important for future. I think the countries in Gulf, major producers, and those that they're investing wisely and have wiser strategies, because we might have countries that you mentioned Iran and sanctions, they might not have really any strategies for future, or they can implement it. But those countries that they have actually very, I think, more realistic view of future. So while they're investing on very new technologies like in NEOM, how much they're investing on green hydrogen in Saudi or in UAE, but I think they are having a lot of realistic view toward CCS and CCUS. And you mentioned the Ds. That's part of Saudi's strategy, the 4D. You wanted to maybe... The R, sorry.
Well, it's remove,
Remove.
capturing carbon. In the UAE, there's a steel plant where they're getting a portion of the carbon dioxide, and they're using that to re-inject into an offshore field. In Saudi Arabia, there are a couple of projects that involve capturing CO2, and there'll be more coming as part of this hub that's going to be done in this industrial city of Jubail. Why we don't talk about it more? I think it's partly a cost issue, cost and technology. 4 years ago, when I was looking at it, everybody said it would cost $700 a ton to remove CO2 by direct air capture. The project in Iceland by Climeworks now has that down to $300 a ton, and they have expectations in their second phase that they'll have it even lower than that. Rick Westerdale might have some thoughts on the numbers. If we can, over the next 5 years, find a way to get the cost of direct air capture down to about $100 a ton, maybe $125 a ton, it would be by far one of the best ways of dealing with CO2 emissions that are already in the atmosphere. So, can we do it? Well, we knocked the cost of solar and wind down by a factor of 10, and we did that over a period of, a couple of decades with a lot of government assistance for research and development and then policies that provided subsidies for the use of solar that created that demand market. So if we get a combination of government and industry kind of working together, I think, on this in an effort, I think it can be done. And if we, even under the projections that are being made by the UN itself and others, we have to have direct air capture in 2050. Otherwise, you can't reach the goals of the Paris Agreement. And I believe that a lot of the countries and companies in the Gulf region are fully committed to the Paris Agreement, and to characterize them as being recalcitrant, I think, is wrong.
Oh, I don't think anybody said that. I just think it's a messaging issue as well. But one of the
not here.
not here, but I mean, the message isn't getting
not
across.
here. But I hear that all the time, and in speeches at the United Nations and elsewhere, that to me are terribly unproductive. It's just a blaming exercise, not an exercise in how to get the job done.
Because you're talking about 4 to 5 years, but by 2030 we should have reduced our emissions by 40%. I mean, it's not looking realistic. Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Rick Westerdale, Energy Futures Initiative. First of all, thank you, Ambassador, and to the Institute here for hosting this important dialogue, and to all the panelists. I'd like to make a couple notes, then finish with a question. First of all, Sarah, I think your points are well taken. There was a new news article 2 weeks ago about reaching a tipping point here in Northern Virginia. 70% of online activity comes through our data centers here, and they're already struggling to meet the energy demand. And to look at that, electrification, the various points you made, I would also add to that the transmission lines. We need about 12,000 high voltage transmission towers to be able to support, and that's well over a couple thousand miles of transmission lines. Think of all the steel and other materials that go into it, and the infrastructure just to electrify here in the U.S. But great points there. Thank you for that. Adam, thank you for your point. And I'm often reminded that net zero does not mean zero emissions. And your points around direct air capture or other means are very important. And I think that's fundamental to this region that we're talking about. And the license to operate, and many of the things, I'll talk about the social license to operate, many of the things you've discussed, Kate, around methane emissions are very important. Ben, I'm going to come to you because this is where my question is. And I have a little bit of a difference of a view in a top-down or a bottom-up on hydrogen demand, but we could debate that all day. What I want to drill into, you made an interesting comment about what is the role of natural gas in the Gulf long-term. And as we build up to COP28, I noticed one of the things that Sultan Al-Jaber, and by the way, he was an excellent choice, and I agree with the panelists in terms of someone who can really make a difference and bring everyone into one conversation. But natural gas is not necessarily making it directly onto the agenda. And I think that's a little bit of a concern I have, certainly in a roundabout way through industrial decarbonization. But I'm curious of your thoughts on that, because that is one area that can really move the needle. And as we're talking about that in the build-up to COP28, I'd really appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. It's a good question. So I think one of the eternal debates at COP meetings is language around the phase down of fossil fuels or the phase down of unabated fossil fuels. This is where the verbiage gets endlessly debated, right? This is where you don't envy a COP president because they have to herd cats and try to come to consensus on all these things. And unexpected things happen. We saw at the last COP that India was pushing for something that other countries weren't. I think your question about the long-term role of natural gas in the energy transition is a good one. This is where the work that is being done right now between the United States, the EU, and about 20 countries to come up with a framework for, natural gas value chain emissions intensity analysis is really important. So the US, the EU, and 20 other countries have pulled together this working group to look at life cycle emissions associated with natural gas. And the basic idea here is if we join up all these efforts to do the measurement, reporting, and verification that Adam talked about earlier, to understand the emissions intensity of liquefaction and shipping natural gas, you can prove that natural gas has a strong climate case, right? You can prove without a doubt that displacing coal and using more gas in power generation will be a climate win. The data have been lacking. And frankly, the more we learn about the methane problem, the more the climate case for natural gas gets undermined. So there is a really significant international effort underway to do that, to join up all the data and the measurement and make it visible, to use the data that's coming from satellites, from aerial surveys, and everything else around the world, and join all this up to understand the emissions footprint of natural gas and to bring it down. I do think this will be on the agenda at COP28. I know that the UAE presidency is really quite excited about engaging national oil companies and big oil and gas producing states on this question. It's in their interest to do it. And I think if we put the pieces together, we can help reduce the emissions intensity of natural gas and secure that role for natural gas in the transition over the long term. I do agree that we need a more realistic dialogue about this. I think we've learned in the last couple of years, especially after the Russia-Ukraine war, that we're going to need gas for a long time. There are certain reasons to build gas infrastructure. The idea in Europe that we're not going to need gas after 2030, after 2035 is misguided. And I think that we're now coming to a more realistic conversation about this. But I do expect this will be on the agenda at the COP. And I think that, frankly, the fact that Sultan Al-Jaber is COP28 president and we're hosting it there, this is one of those areas where coming from a so-called petrostate means that you can have a realistic dialogue about these things. And I think the role of fossil fuels in developing countries, this is something that Sarah hinted at, I think, it's been very divisive at the last couple of COPs. It feels like we're talking past each other. Developed countries are having one conversation about the pace of decarbonization and the pathway. Developing countries feel left behind, like their concerns about energy access aren't being addressed. They feel that it's unfair to deprive them of financing for projects that might involve fossil fuels. If you can make that climate case for natural gas, it makes it a lot easier to unlock financing for those things and have that more realistic conversation.
Sorry, if I may, one question that leads to is also the discussion on loss and damage, which was a big topic, and I'm kind of curious.
Oh, no.
I know, but it's the elephant in the room, right? Sorry to put you on the spot, man.
I wish I had an answer to this. All I can say is it will be a big topic of conversation. It was the thing that almost sank the last COP. They kind of cobbled together an agreement to put together a committee. That's always a warning sign when you put together a committee, right? It was a committee that was supposed to be operationalized with representatives of different regions, different types of economies, to come together and talk about how to capitalize this fund for loss and damage, for resilience and damage due to climate-related incidents. I don't know what's happening with that, but I think it is a big source of frustration among developing countries that the rich world hasn't put up the capital, and they haven't put their money where their mouth is. $100 billion was promised a long time ago. It just hasn't materialized. We've got to get serious about the loss and damage fund. So I'm sure that will be one of those divisive issues that Sultan Al Jaber is going to have to deal with. It'll be kind of front and center.
Isn't it one of the problems that some of these countries that are very, very wealthy do not consider themselves to be developed nations and do not want to contribute to a loss and damage fund because they say, hey, you know, and we're not going to name the countries, but Rick, you and I know how much redaction goes into those papers, you know, endless redactions. I think on the fossil fuel, the role of fossil fuels, which is still not on the agenda as far as I know, in any, you know, in it, which they recently, I think, met in Berlin to discuss the agenda. It didn't make it. And I think that's going to be one where you're going to have very, very creative language in order to get it somewhere in, you know, because otherwise it's, again, it's going to be considered a failure if they don't tackle the issue of what the role of unabated fossil fuel, but, or just fossil fuels. Subsidies, talking about subsidies ain't enough. And you know, coal is easier to talk about, but it's oil and gas. It's anybody else have questions for our Olgo, please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure of mine to be here today.
It's off. The microphone is off.
Now it's on. Yes, now it's on. Okay, it's a big pleasure and an honor to be in this room today, and I love this coincidence to have a chance to be here. And thank you for your very interesting contributions. Because I'm working on Maghreb, Mashreq countries, including Turkey, energy, but lately much more on climate change issues, energy efficiency projects. And in UAE, it's not a place of the world that I work. And then I want to take advantage of being here to ask questions based on the experience that I have in the region where I work. In Maghreb, in Mashreq, in Turkey, when we work on the energy efficiency, also in Europe, we use money as weapon, like carbon market, finance. You spend, you pay more. I feel like in the UAE, I'm not sure how it can work, considering the economic situation. No? There are some countries we use the scarcity as a weapon. Like if you don't implement energy efficiency policies, you will just, your energy access is already limited and you will not have it at all. Let's say Lebanon. Energy efficiency is a must. It's not an optional, it's not a fancy, it's just there's no electricity. So we need alternative energy sources, we need to develop energy efficiency policies. When I see UAE, just sharing my thoughts. I'm not sure if it's, again, a good weapon to use because it's not realistic. It's not conformed to realistic conditions. And then an option that I see is, also an arm that we use to promote energy efficiency policies is identity. Just being energy efficient, just because it's cool to be. It's the image, it's marketing. This is how it is. And which requires a cooperation with sociologists, psychologist, marketing expert. It's something like turning the Masdar, not an exceptional place that you visit when you go there, just interesting thing as a marginal, but as rule, everywhere is a Masdar. So then I'm asking, and I want to take advantage of being in this platform to ask, how is it possible? Is there a room to have a policy, a marketing, and it's social action about turning to this an identity, energy efficiency and identity of OEAB. Just a definition of how they are, who they are. And why I ask this question and why I wanted to take this platform, because yes, we are going to COP28, and the ones who have been who had chance to be in Sharm last year, I'm sure we all shared the frustration being in the Sharm and having this not energy efficient COP compared to 26, 25, 24, how they were organized. And so, just I want to take this opportunity to ask this question, and maybe thoughts that we're going to be able to raise here will inspire some for the organization of COP28, I mean. Thank you.
Anybody want to talk about?
I can make just a couple quick comments, I guess. Curious to see what Adam and Sarah think. I mean, one interesting dimension of COP28 being held in the region to me will be what kind of investment can you see between the Gulf states and North Africa and the other Middle Eastern countries. There's a real desire to change the way the COPs have been held to give the Gulf states a voice. I do think it's healthy to bring in the voice of oil and gas producing states. But we have to remember that these are huge sources of investment capital, and they can be real engines of renewable energy development. So a couple of weeks ago, Masdar and partners, I think, announced an offshore wind project in Egypt to develop, I believe, 10 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. I think increasingly people will be looking to Mubadala, ADQ, the Public Investment Fund, Aqua Power as engines of capital to spread across the broader region for renewable energy projects. And I'm sure that in the UAE, there's a strong desire to do those kinds of things. And Sultan Al Jaber's background is, he's someone who's done this. I mean, Masdar's had this portfolio of international investments for some time. So we need to think of these countries not just as oil and gas producers, but as holders of capital, people who are very experienced with managing mega projects, people who've done business in different parts of the world who have a comfort level in the broader region. And they can be real catalysts, I think, for renewable energy development in North Africa and maybe other regions too.
Yep. Having moved back again to Dubai, I can tell you they don't take failure. They don't know the meaning of the word failure, because everything has to be the biggest and the best. So I don't think Sultan Jaber is going to allow it to be a failure. But
and there will be food and water in the tents this
year. There will be proper food and water. And no, but one of the things that I noticed, again, looking at the numbers, we talked about the use of crude and liquid fuels for power generation. Of course, the power system in across the Middle East mainly is gas-powered generation. But in the UAE, you can actually see the gas usage has come down because of nuclear. Nuclear is going to be providing, 20 or 25% of power demand. So I think, Sarah, why are we not seeing more nuclear power in the Middle East, particularly the small modular units that are cheaper? You don't need to invest in a lot of infrastructure. It's, and they can produce, you can use them to produce power, hydrogen, whatever. So I think, Sarah, you wanted to talk about nuclear, so please go ahead.
Sure, mostly I wanted to, Kate, also touch on the geopolitics side of it, but yes, I think UAE, especially, and Saudi and UAE, again, we can't mostly talk about these two countries when we are talking about GCC because these two countries are really the flagships of countries in this region that they have strategies actually for decarbonization and a pathway to energy transformation. Oman has with green hydrogen you mentioned. So I think that, again, going back to the both countries, they have plans. They also, not just on the current capacity, but on building further capacities. Something that I think it's very important, going back to geopolitics, Russia war, and one of the consequences of war was that the European Union announcing that nuclear energy now is considered a green energy. So going back to those hydrogen colors, now pink hydrogen might be green hydrogen. But something that we don't consider is that was this a strategy to reduce dependency on Russian gas? But isn't Russia dominating more than 40% of nuclear fuel market and process and uranium mine? So when even here in the United States, when President Biden announced a sanction on Russia on import of any source of energy from Russia, including unfinished gasoline that we really needed in East Coast, no public opinion know that, or maybe they really, I don't say no one knows, but it was not mentioned that import of nuclear fuel from Russia was waived. So until this day that we're talking, United States still imports nuclear fuel from Russia. So Russia could put maybe sanctions on U.S. and then we would have issues with the 20% electricity in U.S. that we're producing from nuclear. And if we want to investigate further, we see that in Utah, the uranium mine that the United States has, Rosatom, Russian energy, nuclear energy agency, has ownership in our uranium production mine through Canadian companies and joint venture they had. So if we look at nuclear because now we have a question of energy transition and energy security. So energy security is like, okay, wake up call. We are all up. We know after Russia war, we all need energy security. But is this something, again, nuclear becoming a major part of our energy production, another trap? Or do we need to study more about that? Because Russia obviously has a huge share on mining and process of fuel currently. And also the other thing that Russia does is offering countries, those development countries that they need funding, that they would give them financial assistance if they want to build nuclear facilities by Russia, Rosatom. So in fact, that European Union's policy that nuclear is green, which was a strategy to reduce dependency on Russian gas, is going to create a huge market and business for Russian nuclear energy, because now everybody wants to invest in green energy. Nuclear is green. So yes, I think Saudi and UAE started to take initiative to be part of the chain of nuclear fuel production, which we need diversification. So we need to, if nuclear is going to be a big part of energy security and energy transition, we would need more countries, especially United States, also to take more initiatives. I know US is very ahead on SMRs, but in a larger scale, nuclear power generations, still we are having dependency on Russia. Thank you, Kay.
Thanks. Yes, you're right. I forgot to mention that, of course, the Russians are building the nuclear power station in Egypt as well. Noam, you had something that you'd like to say. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, I have two questions. One question.
Sorry.
Noam Raydan. I recently joined the Washington Institute. Previously, I was working in Baghdad and Beirut as an energy reporter and also consultant. I have two questions. One of them, you're going to be happy with the question. It's about Iraq. But let me start with gas. The conversation is very interesting, which makes me ask, when renewable energy fails, what will be the backup fuel? This is the first question. The second question is, there is this, you might call it schism between developing countries and developed countries. And sometimes developed countries sound like they're lecturing developing countries. I'm going to talk a little bit about Iraq. Iraq came out of an invasion and wars not a long time ago, just recently. So how do you expect, a country like Iraq to immediately join energy transition at the time when it's still trying to catch up? That's one. Of course, they won't leave the oil in the ground. Okay, and Iraq continues talking about increasing production capacity up until 7 million barrels per day. Well, this is debatable, right? Because there's the issue of infrastructure, or if they're ready for it. Also, Iraq has a big problem, which is one, corruption, which we all know. Regulatory and technical challenges in order to join the energy transition, right? So when we talk also about energy transition, there's this big problem. How can you join energy transition when you don't have regulations? You don't have the right regulations for that. You don't have the laws. The laws in order to attract investors. And then you have the oil companies in Iraq. They come in and then they add an item, right, on their project saying, okay, we're going to give them solar. But the thing is that the grid is not ready for them. They don't have the laws for that. So there's a question also about the oil companies in Iraq, what they're doing or how they're addressing the problem. Are they only including renewable energy just to tick the box and say, okay, here we go. We have a project in Iraq, so stop telling us to join, to become green. So this is for Kate or whoever would like to answer this question. And gas, the first question, when renewable energy fails.
Yeah, well, they don't have renewable energy at the moment. But again, we're seeing more cross-regional investment. Aqua Power is going to be maybe involved in the Total Energy project, the mega billion Ratawi gas hub in Iraq. And then we're going to have Qatar Energy maybe getting involved as well. They're talking about maybe Aramco coming in to develop the gas. There's no deal yet, but I think we're seeing more of that Gulf Arab investment into Iraq. Now, of course, they do have plans for solar power, the Chinese, the Total, but nothing's moving, and they're flaring a lot of gas. So when people say to me, oh, Iraq is an exporter or Kurdistan is an exporter of gas, and I say, why? By the time the gas pipelines are ready to go to Europe, Europe won't want it anymore. it's so much better to use it internally, stop flaring it, and use it domestically. But Ben, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, the New York Times and the BBC have both done terrific video journalism pieces on the flaring issues in Iraq, and it's actually just heartbreaking to see. These flares stay lit all night. There are communities where the cancer rates are through the roof because they're exposed to so many carcinogens. I mean, this is a huge problem. If we want to provide aid and support for countries to get the methane problem under control and deal with flaring, Iraq is just a perfect test case for whether or not it's possible to come up with financing instruments, support, technical capacity, sharing to help the companies in Iraq do this, because otherwise it won't happen. I mean, there have been plans for a long time for companies to go in and develop all the gas that was associated with oil production in Basra in the southern fields, and it just hasn't happened. Technically, commercially, it was too complicated. We need to fix this flaring issue. I mean, it's obviously a human health issue, and it's just terrible for the environment. My colleague, Will Todman at CSIS, has published an excellent report on the role of renewable energy in Iraq and in some of the Levant states, in Lebanon and elsewhere. And the way that he's written about it is that if you're in a country where the grid is poorly maintained, badly managed, state utilities are corrupt, power provision is completely unreliable, which is the case for people in Iraq and Lebanon and elsewhere, distributed energy generation, rooftop solar, those kinds of bottom-up solutions, they're happening because people are just fed up. That's not a solution, though, right? I mean, you can't industrialize based on that. It's not sustainable for the country to rely on that. But this is what's happening, I think, across the region as people just get fed up with kind of badly run power systems. Your other question about the role of gas. So obviously there's a really important role for natural gas in backing up renewables, right? And that's going to exist for a very long time. And I think this is why certain parts of the world are going to have this continued role in providing oil and gas exports to supply that gas that is needed to back up renewable energy. We need a more realistic conversation about this in Europe. I think in the rest of the world, in Southeast Asia and elsewhere, policymakers are quite cognizant of this. It's one of the reasons why they're a little bit wary of moving too quickly to get away from coal and burn more gas in power generation. It's expensive, but it's one of the reasons that's holding back renewable energy development a little bit, because from a policymaking standpoint, a grid management standpoint, if you want to rapidly increase the share of renewables, you have to think about firm baseload power generation and where you're going to get that from. And so getting that from imported gas is quite expensive and complicated. But I agree with you that, it's time for a more realistic conversation about how long we're going to need gas and in how many countries, even as we grow the share of renewables, because as that backup fuel, it's quite important.
Hey, Ben, you mentioned hydrogen earlier. It's possible that hydrogen might be an interesting solution for backing up renewable power when you have when it's not available. I mean, you could have failures, where something really goes wrong, but there are going to be times where the wind isn't blowing, sun isn't shining, and so on, and it's just not available. The easiest and best thing to do is to have a robust grid so that you can rely on the grid. But Rick Westerdale, EFI Secretary Ernie Moniz, when I was at the Department of Energy back in 2015, one of the biggest headaches that he had back then, I can remember him talking about it, was trying to implement the Energy Department's authority to have corridors for electricity to move. And, Texas is suffering from that problem now. You could have gas, you could have coal, you could have nuclear as a base load. All of these, have their own set of problems. Utility scale storage, so batteries as an, could be an option. And I want to come back to something that everybody up here has mentioned. If we're going to do all these things, like, if there's going to be battery backup for renewable power, we really, really need life cycle analysis, the measurement, reporting, and verification of these things. Sarah talked about the minerals. It's one thing I'm absolutely convinced of after, a very long career here in Washington, Wall Street, is there is no perfect fuel out there. Every fuel has its own unique set of issues that need to be managed, and we just have to do that. But we are not going to do it very well if we can't measure it.
You're right. I remember once trying to get, I was at the airport and I was trying to use my phone, my electronic boarding pass, I think it was Cairo even, and it wasn't working. And I needed my paper. That was my base load, right? So you do away with that and, you're kind of stuck, you can't get on. But I think, I think Iraq is one of the big issues. I think it's the third biggest flarer in the world. So Russia, Iran is big as well. But they also put the cart before the horse the cart before the horse, because they invested so much in upstream oil capacity. The first round contracts didn't have any provision for the companies to deal with the gas, with the associated gas, so it's being flared, still being flared. Other projects have been delayed for various reasons. I'm sure you know a lot better than that. But, so you import from Iran, you flare the gas that you're producing because you don't have the infrastructure. You produce more oil, but you don't have the capacity to export more because your infrastructure ports, your pipelines are leaking. So I think it's, it is a very difficult situation. Of course, we had no budget in 2022, so the whole thing is being compounded and as you said, corruption and so on. But in the meantime, I think the grid is also not very healthy. It's a lot of leakage, and as we said, we need a lot more grid infrastructure, and I don't think they're spending enough to be able to accommodate intermittent supplies when they come. And the whole hope now is that Total, when people say to me, America went into Iraq because they want the oil, and I said, show me what America has of Iraq's oil. China has a monopoly now over nearly all the major fields. BP's still there, but, isn't really. It's sort of there. Another name. So I think it's a fallacy to say that. One of the things I want to mention, I've been told I can go over because this is such an interesting conversation that we're having, that as we transition, I looked...
You might want to take a vote on that.
No. No. One final thing, which I think we can't ignore, and I was listening to an Emirates MBD bank presentation, which showed that the GCC states are still very, very heavily reliant, varying degrees, they're very heavily reliant on revenues from oil and gas exports. How do you transition without upsetting your economic systems, which are still very, very much reliant on, maybe not so much in the UAE because they've diversified more, but it is still quite a high percentage. As you transition, you're not going to get the same kind of rents. It's going to take time to develop these new export sources. So how do you maintain social stability as you transition?
Well, you keep producing oil and gas for a long time. This is a very gradual transition. And the fact is, if you look around the world at all the oil and gas producers, these will be some of the most resilient countries over the long term. So it's not an overnight change, but it is a challenge, right? Nothing is going to compare with the rents that accrue from oil and gas. It's such a huge share of government revenues, export revenues for countries like Saudi Arabia in particular, less so in the UAE because the economy is much more diversified. But the world is changing, right? These Gulf NOCs and the governments, they have to adapt to a changing world, changing customer demands, more demands for lower carbon fuels. And I think they've also kind of woken up to the economic opportunity of renewable energy at home. And again, I mentioned this is not incompatible with their net zero targets. You can free up a lot for export and supply that oil and gas that the world will continue to need for a long time. And the Gulf ministers have been saying for some time now the world is underinvesting in oil and gas. Well, there's a natural role for them in being that resilient long-term source of supply. But Kate, you're totally correct that replacing the rents from oil and gas is just not going to be possible. These industries won't deliver that. It has to go part and parcel with a broader economic diversification agenda. Jean-Francois Seznek is here. He's the guy who's written about industrialization in the Gulf for a long time, the role of the petrochemicals industry. He's been thinking about these issues. I mean, there have been priorities for the Gulf states for a while, but it's been fairly slow progress, right? I mean, we talk about hydrogen as an export commodity, ammonia as an export commodity. What about keeping it at home for domestic industrial use, right? I mean, this is what Vision 2030 is all about. It's what the sort of competition between the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Oman, to a lesser extent, and others is all about. They all have economic diversification programs. They all want to bring in these industries. They all want to take advantage of some of the natural advantages that they have. And so it's not about, flipping a switch. It's about developing that long-term pathway to reduce the dependence of oil and gas over decades.
Thank you. Yes, somebody mentioned aviation, sustainable aviation fuel. I used to live in Paris, so I have a thingy with Air France and, a loyalty program. And they sent me an email the other day saying that from now on, they commit to using 1% sustainable aviation fuel on their flights. It's like 1%, and that's supposed to get me really excited that you're actually, So I think that's another big challenge, but, maybe aviation gets a bad rap because it's, 3% of global emissions, or it ain't that much, but it does have a bad reputation. So,
It's
Sarah,
actually, actually, Master City, they have this project on clean aviation, and they were trying to produce fuel from salicornia seeds, and they had the first plane that flew to Europe using that. But not only is the issue of jet engines that needs fuel technology, all of that, but also food issue, like many of these alternative fuels that we are looking, even if it's just solar farms, we have to also take into consideration those miles that we are agriculture going to be sacrificed, or if it's the source of food that is going to be fuel, if it's ethanol or salicornia seeds. So there's a lot of things to, as you said, need to be life cycle analysis. We need to look at everything, and there's not enough. I think we are speaking and setting policies faster than we know the consequences and doing studies, and that sometimes sounds concerning.
Okay, final chance. I was told I can go over 5-10 minutes, so we've got a couple of minutes left. Yes, please go ahead.
From Department of State. So I think this is more of a rhetorical question. So I think Sarah and then Rick, they touched on it very well in terms of the energy needs of AI, but quite frankly, how much more energy are we going to need for cyberspace? Because we got Bitcoin, but the cloud, it's the cloud, but it operates off of servers, all this equipment that also requires energy and to be cooled at a certain temperature. So if anybody has the answer today on what the energy requirements are for AI once it's a robust industry, because I'm thinking, I never imagined I remember, before we had the iPhone, but now I can't imagine being without it. I think AI is going to have the same impact.
Battery life is getting shorter and shorter because we have so many apps.
So this is an emerging field that the Department of Defense is working on, but I'm talking to Dustin Hoffman, photonics. So the issue is you've got the energy to push the signal through copper or gallium arsenide, gallium nitride, and then you've got the requirements for cooling, and you have vulnerability to solar flaring or electromagnetic pulse in time of war. Department of Defense has set up a laboratory in Rochester that is looking at having the chips, instead of the energy being converted to electricity, it's converted to light, which is about 10% of the fraction for the energy and 0% of the coolant. Department of Defense is doing this because it's invulnerable to solar flaring or to electromagnetic pulse. But inshallah, if the technology proves itself, and there's no reason why it can't, because we've already converted, for example, our landline telephone system to visual. Photonics has the potential to cut into this, but it's still early days. And once my research is complete, I will write a paper for the AGSIW on it.
But I think one of the big challenges is in terms of energy demand management, forecasting, that's going to be a real big challenge, because it's just like the advent of the fax machine, the advent of cell phones and iPhones. it creates new economies. And what are we going to see? What are the new economies, new businesses we'll see from AI, and what demands will they put on global energy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to have to stop it here, and we've gone over our time. Unless somebody really wants to have a final word. Okay, we can talk. We can talk outside. We can network. To finish off by thanking my wonderful panelist speakers, Adam Szyminski, Sarah Victory, and Ben Cahill, and all of you for being here today. So, thank you.
We are going to move quickly to the next session. You've got a couple minutes to get coffee, move around if you need to.
And then something.
But we're going to get our panelists up as quickly as we can.
A bunch of papers jointly with both.
All of it, but mostly Yemen. Yeah, they're in the peninsula. They're not Arab Gulf per se. So Arab Peninsula. And then we do military assistance type stuff. Oman, Bahrain.
What do you
Oh, big time. That's like my main project. Yeah. And so what happens? OSHA hires your judge. They're experts in this, but they're the best. They're the ones in the world who know this the best. And they check the ship. They're still checking the ship. The staff. Yeah, when it connections with. Yeah. Well, there's a little bit, but you can actually use it salvage. So right now, the big thing is they have to change the new tank. Right now, it's called the Endeavor. They're going to register it. It's going to be the
semi-retired.
They're going to park the oil from the satellite. And there's some fancy abbreviation for it, but basically anchored buoy.
My name is Bill Roebuck. I'm the Executive Vice President at AGSIW. I want to welcome everyone to the second session. Our second panel today is focused on geopolitical shift and new alliances. So we're going to change the focus just a bit from directly on energy and talk a lot about the geopolitical elements involved, international relations, the dynamics on the ground between these countries and with great powers that come in, China, United States, Russia, and how that affects the overall dynamics for the energy transition. I want to briefly introduce our panel this morning. First, Ambassador John Herbst. Ambassador Herbst is the Senior Director at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. He's a former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine and to Uzbekistan before that, and he has had many assignments in the State Department and with the Foreign Service. Dawn Murphy is an Associate Professor of National Security Strategy at the National War College. Dr. Murphy specializes in Chinese foreign policy and domestic politics and U.S.-China relations. Paul Salem is President and CEO of the Middle East Institute. He's been widely published, of course, and is widely quoted on a range of issues on regional and international relations of the region in the Middle East. Our moderator today is Hussein Ibish. Hussein is a senior resident scholar at AGSIW, and he'll be leading our panel today. Hussein, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Roebuck. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank the panelists for joining us today to look at geopolitical shifts and new alliances, which is, a pretty vague idea. But I think the way I understand it, and I think the way we mean it, is how do we interpret the increasing role of new global powers or reasserting global powers in the Gulf region, in the Middle East, and with regard to energy markets there, specifically Russia and China. And I think we just should be straightforward about that. So what has led to the reemergence of a Russian and the emergence of a Chinese role in the Gulf region? Well, first and foremost, it's more than a decade of drift away from the U.S., many of its key security partners in the region. And this would certainly include Israel, as well as, in our case, most importantly, Saudi Arabia and the UAE. There are many causes. You could date this from the Arab point of view probably all the way back to the failure of the Camp David summit between Israel and the Palestinians in 2000, which raised questions about the real effectiveness of the United States and the impact of its domestic politics on its ability to influence, to exercise what it said was its will. There were these other key inflection points more recently, like Barack Obama's red line decision, where he did not enforce his stated red line on chemical weapons, and instead was perceived as rewarding Bashar al-Assad with an agreement that tacitly acknowledged his authority and also implied that he needed to keep control of all of the parts of Syria necessary to ship the stuff that he was supposed to get rid of out of the country. So it really was sort of a gift to him in a way. I mean, he came out the big winner without any doubt. And not just that he didn't get attacked, but he actually pocketed a lot of benefits. Then you have sort of the JCPOA, the negotiations of the Iran deal, then Trump going out of the Iran deal in a way that I think that many of the Arab countries were not that pleased with, and they would have preferred a different approach. And then you get, as a result of that, 2 years of maximum pressure and a year of maximum resistance. And the year of maximum resistance kind of, I think, reminded these countries of two things. Their vulnerability and lack, especially the UAE, lack of strategic depth, and a vulnerability to air and missile attacks. The power of Iran's missile arsenal and drone arsenal and hyper-precision guidance systems, right? So they're very, very vulnerable, and the United States not responding. And two incidents particularly hit the key Gulf partners hard. The September 2019, Abqaiq and Khares, as you once said, if that's how they're pronounced, which I thought was great and true. Attacks kind of really raised alarm bells in Saudi Arabia because Donald Trump was not only didn't act, he was very cavalier about it. He sort of said, well, no Americans died, no one attacked us, what the heck, and moved on. For the UAE, of course, it was the Houthi drone and rocket attacks that killed a couple of workers near Abu Dhabi in January of 2021, at the beginning of the Biden administration's term. And in that case, it wasn't quite so cavalier, but even the Biden administration admits it was tardy, and the UAE continues to say insufficient as well. So you've got there real doubts about the reliability of the United States, and there's no doubt that the U.S. has this big military footprint in the region, but what would trigger its use? There's a real question mark. We are no longer in the days of the Carter Doctrine and fears about tank divisions rolling in. It's much different now and much more complex. All of that provides the opening for other powers because these countries started to emphasize strategic diversification. They started to reach out to Russia and China to diversify their options, and they started to reach out to each other, as in the Abraham Accords, a good example, but there are many others, and take diplomatic initiatives independent of the United States. So you've got these kind of realignments going on as a result of both the rise of a multipolar reality that the United States really can't prevent, and doubts about U.S. intentions and U.S. policy over time. In addition, you've got the emergence of Russia as perceived to be a reliable partner in Syria. Bloodthirsty, no doubt, ruthless, no doubt, but they intervened decisively to save Bashar al-Assad along with Iran and Hezbollah in the fall of 2015, and they succeeded. And this was seen, especially before the Ukraine invasion, as in contrast to the United States. They also emerged over the past decade as the go-to interlocutor. The sort of the role the United States had in the region after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, where everyone wanted to talk to the United States to resolve things. These days, the United States doesn't talk to so many parties that it can't be party to many of the key conversations. And Russia steps in and really takes that role. And now we see China also brokering and playing that role as well. And finally, with Russia, OPEC+, which is the hinge for Saudi Arabia, the cornerstone of its economic policy, and because of the Ukraine war, a real potential irritant between Washington and Riyadh. And I'm sure we'll talk a lot about that. China's emergence is very strong in diplomacy and politics, but it strikes me as potentially limited in terms of its ambition. It may be, and I'm going to ask you about this in my first question to you, it may be that Chinese ambitions in the Gulf are a lot less than many Gulf Arabs hope and many Americans fear. So we'll talk about that. And I'd like to begin by asking Ambassador Herbst to talk about the Russian role here. Not just OPEC+, but in general, the role of Russia in the Gulf region with regard to energy, and certainly OPEC+, please.
Thank you. But I may want to say something first about the overall position of the United States in the Middle East. I think that your framing was excellent, and I don't quarrel with any of it. But I think an important reason for let's say, the dissatisfaction with American policy, which goes back certainly to the Obama administration, is inconsistent, unenergetic, and overall not particularly competent leadership. I mean, you gave a list of examples of the September 19 attack and the absence of response, the January 21 attack, same thing. Although I think, well, the United States was very attractive to the Gulf for decades because our leadership was strong, consistent, and energetic. That will return at some point, although not until after the next election, maybe even not then. So I'm just pointing that out. And also for those who are invested in closer Russian-Chinese ties, keep in mind their vulnerabilities. You're seeing the Russian vulnerabilities right now. Chinese, you're also seeing, although not quite as clearly, the demographic problem. And I think the fall in Chinese economic production, if the United States continues to make sure it's more difficult for them to steal American technology or to insist on American technology as part of American companies engaging in China. Okay, now on Russia. You're right that Russia has been seen as a consistent, strong, and within its own guidelines, with its policy interests, reliable partner. I say within its own guidelines because there are many Arab states that are not enthusiastic about Bashar al-Assad, and that's especially true in the 2015, 2014, as Moscow began, actually it was 2015 that Moscow made its bones in the Middle East with its ramp up. But you're seeing in Ukraine, and you're seeing on the streets of Rostov-on-Don, the weaknesses in the Russian system, which should give pause for anyone relying on Moscow. I believe that Russian weapons are being sold at a discount now to what they were before we sent HIMARS to Ukraine with a range of 85 kilometers about this time last year. And you can be sure that Chinese are taking a second look at their plans to move across the Taiwan Straits because of that. Russian policy in the Middle East has been consistent. They have been seeking since at least, I think you could actually put this back to 2014, 2015, as things in Syria got more interesting, to restore the position they had in Soviet days. And they've done that principally by strong support for Bashar al-Assad, by the way, which has been partly successful in part, well, it's been successful in part, because while they were boosting Assad, we were taking out ISIS. So they benefited from our focus on ISIS. They also benefited from what I would call the overall sensible, but in practice, not well executed instincts of the Obama administration to avoid another major engagement in the Middle East, meaning Syria. Obama set that red line down because he was trying to fend off pressure from Congress to intervene on behalf of opponents of Assad who probably had some jihadi connotations, and of course those who did not had no real wusta on the battlefield. Moscow, though, of course, went beyond Syria to, I have to say, a somewhat successful diplomatic outreach to Egypt as we fussed with the government there over human rights practices and the absence of democratic practices. In Syria, in Libya, where they work with the general against the UN-approved leader. And of course, they've worked the Gulf well, in part because of Saudi and UAE disaffection. With first the Iran deal, then, actually my sense is, but I'm willing to be corrected, that they kind of got along kind of like Trump. No one likes the way he would move from one end of the table to another, but they liked the overall thrust of his policies. And of course, the Abraham Accords were partly made or substantially made in the Trump White House. But the absence of a reliable American lodestar made Russia a desirable friend. I think the UAE, however, has placed itself in a somewhat vulnerable position right now by helping Russia get around sanctions, and especially by sending substantial portions of high-tech components into Russia, which can be used for weapon systems. I think that a certain caution there might be in order. And here I come back to where I started. The high water point of marching authoritarians was the Xi-Putin meeting 3 weeks before Putin went large into Ukraine. Since then, Putin's problems only grow. Xi's been embarrassed by that partnership and not walked away from it. And of course, when he kind of doubled down when he visited Moscow late this winter and talked about the amazing things to come from the world would see from Russia, China, well, the only amazing things we've seen is Prigozhin marching on Moscow. So keep in mind the United States is coming back, albeit when, I'm not certain, because I'm not too enthusiastic about either possible president in 2025. Okay, I think I've probably said enough, except one last point. The one reason for Saudi attraction, or rather why they find the Russians attractive, as you mentioned, Hussein, is, of course, OPEC Plus. And that attractiveness was actually for one of the achievements of the Trump administration, unleashing American hydrocarbon production, which Biden promptly shackled, creating all sorts of geopolitical problems for us that we had to and then still have to deal with. I think this may well be a source of tension going forward. So I suspect the shackling that we're seeing today will be changed at some point in the not too distant future. Although if Biden wins a second term, we'll have to wait to after that. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for those extremely insightful remarks. I thought that was great.
Oh, can I just mention one more thing?
Yeah. Sure.
I spent almost half my career in the Middle East. And you noted the Camp David Summit, Camp David II.
Yep.
I had the privilege, if you want to call it that, of being the least important member of the American delegation there as the Consul General in Jerusalem. Anyway, thank you.
Oh. Wow. Okay. With that, let me turn to Professor Murphy, if I may. And it's a simple question. Can you describe kind of the scope of China's rise in the region, its evolution beyond merely the buying and selling of energy, right? So that its new diplomatic, political, commercial, infrastructural role, whatever you want to ascribe to it. And also, if you could talk a little bit about my instinct, that I don't know, but my instinct that Arab hopes and American fears about China's ambitions in the Gulf are both sort of wildly overblown. And I'd like you to kind of address that idea, if you would.
So first, thanks for having me here today. And I need to give my standard disclaimer that the views I express today are my own. They do not represent the National War College, Department of Defense, or the US government more broadly. The way I would describe China's role in the Middle East broadly, but the Gulf, the Arab Gulf in particular as well, it's really been a linear progression ever since the end of the Cold War, but really from 2000 forward. China has been building robust economic and political, primarily, relations through a number of different tools, whether that be the China Arab States Cooperation Forum that was established in 2004, the special envoy that they set up to try to contribute to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in 2002, the free trade agreement they've been negotiating with the Gulf Cooperation Council since 2004, the special envoy for Syria that was established in 2016. Most recently, I'm sure you saw in the news regarding the Iran-Saudi deal that was brokered earlier this year. So I see it very much as a linear progression in the economic and political space primarily. That over the last year and a half, though, I do think that there's been a more public role. Because I think you can argue that there's been this very deep foundation of relations, but in the last year and a half or so, you've seen a much more public appearance, for example, with Xi Jinping visiting Saudi in December last year for a bilateral meeting, as well as to attend the China Arab States Cooperation Forum and for a GCC China summit in that meeting, right? As well as the deal that I've already mentioned. The primary drivers for China's relations, I would say over those 20 plus years, as well as today, are for resources as well as markets. And I do think it's really important to emphasize that especially the Arab Gulf, I think they see the opportunities to sell their goods and services, but also for various types of cooperation in health, digital, artificial intelligence, green technology. Many different functional areas are becoming increasingly important in the Gulf. They also want to have support from the Arab Gulf as well as the rest of the Middle East and the rest of the global South, for that matter, in international organizations, whether that's the UN, the World Trade Organization, other international organizations. They also seek to have relative silence from Arab states and Muslim majority states more broadly throughout the global South regarding their behavior in Xinjiang. That's another driver. There's a number of other interests that I won't go into, but those are some of the primary drivers. And I would point out for you that historically, if you go back to the 2000s, right, I would say that China equally valued within the Arab world North Africa and the Arab Gulf. But since the Arab awakening, you've definitely been having a shifting towards an emphasis on the Arab Gulf, I would say for a number of reasons. One is obviously the resources that come out of that region, but the stability of those states in the Arab Gulf compared to North Africa has made it a more attractive market in many ways for the Chinese. To your question regarding China's ambitions and what that could mean. So I've been describing a lot of economic and political interaction. The security piece tends to be much more minimal, engaged in peacekeeping operations or anti-piracy off the Gulf of Aden, low levels of conventional arms sales, etc. There's no indication at this point that China wants to play the type of security role that the U.S. does in the region. And China, over many years, has had a very explicit no foreign basing policy. Djibouti was their first declared base. Obviously, there's a lot of features in the South China Sea that are very base-like, right? But there's not a lot of indications that they want to play a significantly enhanced security role similar to the U.S.'s, right? That said, as relations between the U.S. and China sour, as relations between China and Western Europe sour, the global South and arguably the Arab Gulf is becoming more and more important for markets, for political cooperation, for these types of interactions going forward. So I do think that they see this smaller subregion as well as the broader Middle East as a really important region for future cooperation. So kind of back to your questions, I think it depends on how you define threatening it to whose interests. And, so I think that they have deep aspirations for a significant role in the region.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Murphy. Now I'd like to turn to Dr. Sadem and ask about, of course, the regional response to the reemergence of Russia as a major player and the emergence of China as a stronger player beyond just being a customer, but also how these countries in the Gulf are triangulating the relation with the United States. And I'll just throw out one idea. It seems to me that Saudi Arabia in particular has been very careful not to cross an American unstated red line about not providing Beijing with any undue additional strategic foothold in the region. When all the agreements that have been signed during the Xi visit, before it, and now after it, at this major investment conference they just had, they simply didn't do it. Then nothing they signed raised those security alarm bells in Washington. It strikes me as very significant. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of this.
Yeah, thank you, Hussein, and it's lovely to be here. How are the states of the region looking at these great powers? I think in terms of the U.S. and the Gulf in particular, the U.S.'s policies and its interests have shifted and have changed. You mentioned, obviously, basically the end of the Carter Doctrine. It's no longer the case that the U.S. needs to go to war to protect energy interests. It has its own. Of course, they have interests in global energy prices. But the willingness of the U.S. to go to war, especially after the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, is basically close to zero. The hyper concern about counterterrorism, which drove a major surge of presence in the region, Afghanistan and Iraq, is now a fourth, fifth order concern. It's no longer driving U.S. concern about the region. Even the concern about Iran, which remains there, but it's no longer a driving concern. For the U.S., the region has declined in strategic importance. It remains an interest, and there's enduring interest there, but it's no longer at the top of the line. The region has read this decline in sort of engagement, decline in presence. You add to that leadership issues that I think the ambassador mentioned, Obama's problems sort of with leaders in the region. They like Trump, but they didn't get much in terms of defense from Trump. Saudi was attacked, not much happened. They don't like Biden, that's pretty obvious. In this region, personal relationships matter tremendously, and that could be recouped, as the ambassador said, maybe in future administrations. But I think the more profound difference strategically between the U.S. and all of its partners in the region is that today the U.S. identifies its main adversaries as China and Russia. There is no country in the Middle East which agrees that China or Russia is their adversary. Right. During the Cold War, there was agreement. Soviet Union, communism is an adversary. Iran is an adversary. Terrorism is an adversary. So we are at an inflection point in U.S. Gulf, U.S. Israeli, U.S. Turkish, name, call it what you were. We are completely on different pages in terms of the strategic priority, and that comes out in a lot of the differences that we see. Having said that, I mean, when you look at the world, let's call it, you have to look at, I would say, different levels. At the strategic security level, it still is largely a unipolar world. Right. And I think that's reflected in what, Dawn mentioned and so on. Fareed Zakaria mentioned in an article 2-3 weeks ago, he said, the U.S. has, from his article, 700 military bases abroad. China has 1. We have 50 allies, they have 1. So let's not, freak out too much. Neither Russia nor China offer our partners a security partnership or a strategic. They just don't have it. They're not interested. They don't have the wherewithal. And they couldn't if they don't want to, and they couldn't if they want to. So at the strategic security level, the U.S. remains the only major game in town, except that all of our partners want to be multipolar in their dating and in their relationships. And that's clearly obvious that while we remain the main security partner, China is the main economic partner. And by economic, that also includes a lot of technology. It's not a word that summarizes a lot of things, and getting deeper over time. The U.S. awakened to this Chinese, call it, menace, threat, the hyperventilating about it. Certainly Trump maybe took it to a high level, and then the Biden administration continued. But if you look at U.S. and Chinese interests in the Middle East, they actually overlap. U.S. and China want free flow of trade. U.S. and China want free flow of energy and calm energy markets. U.S. and China don't want, I have similar counterterrorism concerns. They both don't want the spread of nuclear weapons. They both want de-escalation. They both want stability. So what's interesting is that the U.S. and China in the Middle East actually have overwhelmingly shared interests. What they're fighting about is the future. The U.S. is worried that, all these things China is doing, they look innocuous, but maybe in 2040 they're going to turn the global tables on us, and we shouldn't let them get ahead. China, similarly, in their opposition to the U.S., it's because they interpret American strategy in the Middle East and anywhere around the world as seeking to harm them. And when they look at, U.S. presence in the Middle East, it's not lost to them that half of their energy comes through the Persian Gulf. It's not lost that the Fifth Fleet controls that energy. So if there's ever a dust-up between the U.S. and China, America's presence in the Gulf is going to be cripplingly important. So that indicates a policy question that given all the common interests in the present, why are we pitching all policy that, well, we're going to fight in 2040, so we may as well start fighting now. I'll end with a few comments about Russia, and I agree with everything the ambassador said. Just put out a piece yesterday, if the Prigozhin thing played out completely, and it looked to me like a Sudan scenario, a government-backed militia gets out of hand and then you go towards civil war. But, if that played out and the, Putin-led order collapsed, how would that, who would be most alarmed? Obviously, it's, Iran and Syria. They're the only ones with strategic dependence. Everybody else has relations, but nobody is, it's not the old Soviet days when the collapse of the Soviet Union was a huge thing. So would have limited effects. The region itself is become much more self-determinative. In other words, it's making its own decisions at all levels. This is not the Middle East of the 1960s or 1970s where everybody was a client of some great power. That's no longer the case. The leaders in the region, Erdogan or MBS or MBZ, they see themselves as global leaders and charting their own course. Obviously, the Iranians in their own way. And the region and Israel for a long time has been of that direction. And as they've seen that the U.S. can no longer, for our partners, can no longer protect them. Israel discovered that a while ago vis-a-vis Hezbollah. Saudi Arabia and the Emirates discovered it on their own terms. And as a parenthesis here, it's not so much that the U.S. wasn't willing or wasn't there or didn't make the phone call, although, those are sore spots. But the way Iran has developed its asymmetric warfare, Israel, with all the support in the world and all the technology, cannot defend against 20,000 missile strikes from Hezbollah. Just can't do it. So there's a technological vulnerability that Saudi Arabia and the Emirates are now aware of. And it's not because the U.S. isn't there. It is there with all the equipment at its, but simply the weapons against each other will not prevent breakthroughs. Only deterrence, only de-escalation, peacemaking, let's be friends, that kind of thing. But the region definitely is reshaping itself. The Gulf countries, Jordan, Israel, Egypt, Morocco, U.S. are one alignment, and I think Saudi Arabia is going to move into that sooner or later more clearly. Yep. And then you have the Iranian, zone, which is Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen. I think the Iranians think they're on winners in this case, that they got Saudi Arabia to come to them and the UAE to come to them. They're winners, but they're sort of losers in the big picture. It's not a winning empire. But I think they're doubling down on this, approach of theirs. And then you have Turkey in its own kind of sphere, slightly different zone. So the region is, shaping itself. And the first one that we talked about, GCC, Israel, Egypt, Morocco, if you want, is hugely plugged in to the global economy and the global order, obviously global energy, and they see themselves as shapers of that future, certainly the hydrocarbon present, but also the energy transition that they're going to be drivers. It's not lost on them that they have the biggest amounts of capital to spend in the world, rivaling that of China and certainly rivaling that of the West. So they are now a third power in the world, and they're flexing those muscles. Thanks.
Great. Thanks for that very good tour d'horizon of the region. Wonderful. So Ambassador Herbst has to go in about 10 minutes, I'm afraid, and we want to honor that commitment. So I just want to ask you to give us, first of all, whatever closing thoughts you have, because you're going to go. But in particular, before that, I'd like you to address the impact of the Ukraine war on Russia's role in the region. It strikes me that OPEC Plus is there. It's more of an irritant between Riyadh and Washington than Moscow's problem. But the Ukraine war has been, I think it's fair to say, a real fiasco in real time and in public view. And it has to have had a significant impact, even though all these countries, including Israel, Saudi UAE, have been trying hard to maintain ties with Russia as well as the United States and what have you. Still, it must have had a significant impact. And if you could talk about that, and then anything else you'd like to say before you go, and the next 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you. In the short run, the only impact that I see it having on the relationship of Russia with the Arab states and Israel is they have to maneuver to avoid coming under sanctions in the case of certain Arab countries, especially the UAE. And in the case of Israel, it has a different problem because it always sold itself in Washington and the United States as the avatar of democracy in the Middle East. And here they are, they've been closer to the big aggressor against the emerging democracy in Ukraine. And there's been some tension in their relationship, in their policy as a result of that. Although, of course, Putin made it easier for them to move in the right direction when he clamped down on Jewish immigration, which became a political issue within Israel. But there is, I think, a longer-term impact that will play out. I sense that, you've had 20 years of bad American foreign policy in the greater Middle East, and that created very serious doubts about the United States as a partner. And now I think people are seeing at least 16 months of bad Russian foreign policy or national security policy in Europe. And along with that, because the Arab world has not had a stake in that, as already mentioned, they've seen the inadequacy of Russian arms. And they've seen, once again, the value of American arms. And for those worried about the security, that's an important consideration. Over time, that will play out. And if we see the return of stronger, more consistent American leadership, there will be real adjustments that follow. But that if is a real if. My confidence is only in the long run, not in the middle term. I don't believe that in terms of Russian activity, the war in Ukraine has had serious impact on their approach in the Middle East, with one exception. And here's where I may disagree with some things that have been said. I don't see Iran now as simply a client of Russia. Because of Kremlin troubles creating its own arms, partly a result of our sanctions and especially our export controls, they've been relying on Iranian drones, which is one of the reasons why Iran seems to be in a position to get access to Russian technology, which before was off limits. So that's a concrete change. But other than that, on a day-to-day basis, I think that the region, different countries for different reasons, still see gain from working with Moscow in ways that they're not working with us. So the boat will turn around, but only over time. And Wagner continues. One of the things that we've been watching is to see if Wagner has drawn down any forces from Syria or Libya, or for that matter, from Africa, as a result of what's happening in Ukraine, or now what's happening in Russia. And the answer to that is no. That doesn't mean that what we see is everything. So something may be happening which is not visible. But those are kinds of self-perpetuating enterprises because there's profit to be gained, which demonstrates one of the reasons why they have longevity. But also it says they're not simply about Russian national security policy as dictated by the Kremlin, although they are about that too. That's basically what I have. Thank you.
All right, that's great. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad we are able to let you go in time. I'd like to turn back to Professor Murphy, if I may, and ask you whether you detect or I mean, obviously it's there, but how would you characterize, is a better way of putting it, the way in which different key Gulf Arab countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, are reacting to China's increased role in the Gulf region? Because I see a lot of differences. From a Chinese point of view, how do they, and I'm going to ask Paul the same question from the Gulf Arab point of view and these countries, but from a Chinese point of view, how do they look at those differences? How do they respond to them? How do they interpret that?
So I would say, I think in some ways this is a fluid situation that's evolving quite quickly, right? But I'll give two examples of, I think, differences, and part of this is based on some research and interviewing I was doing in the fall and looking at this. But for example, with the Emirates, I would argue that China does not explicitly come out and say this, but of the Arab Gulf states, the Emirates potentially is the most important to China in the longer term in looking at opportunities for economic cooperation, whether it be technology or finance or funding, in many different aspects, right? So, and not by a long shot as far as, but I do think the UAE, if I had to be pinned down on one country, that would be the most important. That said, the relationship with Saudi is expanding into many other areas, right? So, in the Gulf, obviously, those two countries, for a number of reasons, are the most important. When in my own interviewing, thinking through the differences in the approach, I think the Emirates is, for the reasons you've already mentioned, especially the attacks that occurred early last year, together with a number of concerns and the perception of the U.S. having less of a role in the region. And I do emphasize perception because I think we could have a very long discussion about that. I think the Emiratis increasingly are reflecting on their relationship with China, with the U.S., with other powers, and really thinking through what those relationships look like in the longer term, right? Where on the Saudi side, I would say that I think there is much more of a desire to continue the security relationship with the U.S., but with the acknowledgement that on the economic and political front, increasingly China is the most important partner. When you look at many different metrics, China is, right, the most important. So I think you're having this type of reflection. But within the GCC itself, if you think through this, China has strategic partnerships with almost every country in the GCC, right? As well as with Iran and Turkey, and having very robust relations with Israel, et cetera, right? So it's not just the UAE and Saudi, it is, Kuwait and Qatar, et cetera, that they value those relations. And I do think you've seen more and more emphasis on the GCC. So I think all of the countries in the region, because of the economic relationship, are thinking through what that looks like in the longer term. And that's probably one of the biggest shifts that I've seen, especially in the last few years. But China, as I said earlier, I think increasingly China sees this as a very important region as its relations with other regions become more frayed, and they think through, in the longer term, if there's not going to be the strong, robust relationship that they have with the U.S. or Western Europe, these are even more important countries.
Right, great answer, and I'd like to ask Paul to sort of give us an, Gulf Arab. How do you think the Gulf Arab countries interpret their own differences, or why do they have these differences? I think really Professor Murphy gave a very acute and a very subtly phrased account of the differences between Saudi Arabia and the UAE, regarding China and the United States, which is striking to me. And so I'd like you to kind of chime in on that. And in the context, please, of their renegotiation of the terms of the strategic relations with the United States, which I think is what is going on here.
Yeah, I mean, a number of things to maybe add into our discussion, which we haven't already. One is the politics between the Gulf and the U.S. from the Arab uprisings, Arab Spring period, which had a number of dynamics. One, the U.S. obviously didn't do much, but sort of being more sympathetic to the uprisings and revolutions and so on, which then continues into pro-democracy and all of that up to this administration. But obviously also, and this was mentioned in the case of Syria, not standing by longtime allies like Mubarak and so on. So a conclusion from the Gulf countries that the U.S., even if it is still their strategic partner, is not going to protect them or defend them as governments or regimes, as systems, and that they're not going to be defended externally, upcake and the attacks there. So a real realization that this is still the partner, but we're going to have to take care of ourselves, and hence we'll make our own decisions. The politics has continued and became very partisan, similar to sort of Netanyahu's relationship with the United States. It's become allied with Republicans, opposed to Democrats. It's become like that. And that has poisoned and destabilized the relationship further. You take to the current administration, the president clearly despises the partners and he won't shake hands, he won't talk to them. I mean, and that is so destabilizing for a relationship and a partnership. And the war in Ukraine, yes, brought the U.S. back to the region because of energy and all of other things, but also that conflict has been framed in terms of democracy against autocracy rather than sovereignty, rule of law, and so on, and by definition puts the Gulf countries on the wrong side from the U.S. side. So what I say about all this politics is that obviously Gulf leaders, when they meet with Putin or Xi, it resonates politically with them in terms of their approach to politics very powerfully, whereas there's a huge, whatever the opposite dissonance, there's a huge dissonance in the way particularly the Democratic administrations project, which I understand, and I'm pro-democracy and all of that, but it really, really politically resonates very, very badly. On the positive side of the ledger, the Gulf countries are part of the, you go to the Gulf, everybody goes to the Gulf. Almost every person you meet there of any, responsibility studied in the U.S., speaks English, their kids are in the U.S., they will live in the U.S., they have houses in London, houses in California or wherever. So the educational, cultural, social, for generations, is part of the West. It is not Chinese, and it's not Russian, and it's not going to be, at least in, I don't know, maybe by 2080, maybe. That's a huge soft power advantage that the U.S. and the West has with the Gulf, and the Gulf is part of that. It's not part of China or part of a Russian sphere. A third advantage that's becoming clearer now is that in terms of business investment and business relations, the Gulf countries, they do business with China because that's where they sell their energy, and they'll buy things from China. But they can't really invest in China. It is not an environment that's open for proper investment, nor can they invest in Russia. So when you look at the sovereign wealth funds, all these trillions of dollars of excess, where is much of it being invested? Where is it's Europe and the United States? Just because these are markets that you can actually invest in, there's a judiciary, you know where you're going, they're reliable, they're transparent. That is another huge advantage. A fourth advantage that I think is beginning to become clearer, was mentioned a little bit in this session, but it will still play out, is that yes, they want to hedge between the US and Russia and China. The equipment of the Russians proved, laughably not up to American or Western standards. And this is the Russian army has fought a lot of wars. Chinese army hasn't fought any wars. and Chinese military equipment is nowhere near being competitive. So there's that. On the technological side, what the Biden administration done is revolutionary. I mean, the U.S. has been basically helping China for the last 50 years. Finally said, well, maybe we should stop and begin doing things at home. And although China did make a lot of headway and is still, very advanced in many areas, it's also not lost on the Gulf that technology is invented in the U.S. The Chinese do it well, the Japanese do it well, but the Googles, the Facebooks, the OpenAI, all of this innovation, the university system, it is in the U.S. and it's not in Guangzhou or Shanghai. So in a way, we might be in a moment where, a lot depends on what happens between now and 2040. It might be kind of a sort of a Japanese moment in the 70s. We thought Japan was going to take over the world, and there's been a fear about China. And I think the Gulf is hedging that. If China ends up being the global power in 2040, we better have good relations with it, so we'll be ready to jump ship. But the way the U.S. is playing it with the Biden administration is the right way to go about it so that China doesn't get to that global advantage. And the U.S. is very well placed in the Gulf, and China really doesn't have that advantage.
Well, without a doubt.
Sorry for going on.
No. It's all true, so it's helpful. Right now, I'm going to throw everything out to the floor because I think it's time, and I'd like to invite Ambassador Suleiman, the president of AGSIW, to begin. And anyone else who has a question, I guess put your name plate sideways, or raise your hand, or jump up and down, or get my attention. And the floor could be yours.
I've got what I hope will be a quick question for Paul and then for Dawn. I've been struck by the way that the government of the UAE has looked at the development of new, different sets of relationships around the world. Where we have often talked in U.S. academia of a multipolar world, they're talking about a networked world, where everybody has networks of relations with everybody else, where it makes the most sense. The United States, in one corner of the security world, maritime security, has tried to put together a new networked maritime security system, which virtually everybody except the Emirates has signed up to, it seems. My real question is, Paul, for you, do you have a sense for what this networked world means, and can the Emirates and other countries accept the United States as a dominant or very serious partner in the networked world? And for Dawn, from a Chinese standpoint, is the government in Beijing, is Xi flexible enough to figure out what pieces of the relationship China can work on now, put things off later, and calibrate the relationships, or do they have too simplistic and directed approach, particularly in the Middle East?
Well, that's a very fascinating way of putting it, Ambassador Suleiman. Looking at networks rather than sort of poles and so on. And definitely, I think that's the way the UAE views the world. They are a hub nation like Singapore. They want to be the hub of many, many different networks. And in these networks, it doesn't make sense to speak in 19th century terms as if there's, three great powers and everything revolves around them. But it also sort of unpacks what I was saying, that in the security realm, there's one system. In sale of energy, it's another system. In technology, it's a third system. In logistics, it's a fourth system. In maritime security, it's a fifth system. It's a multi-layered world rather than a multipolar world, let alone talking about, the digital world that was mentioned in the first session, which is big and getting bigger and has its own, structures. And the great powers in the digital world are not any country. They are the companies, the private companies that control all the data, and it's not the U.S. government, maybe the Chinese government in a way. So yeah, I'm very kind of sympathetic to that point of view, because it gives you the actual layers that need to take place. And I think what the Gulf countries are trying to convince the U.S. to do is look at it that way as well. And that rather than looking at it in the 19th century, you're with us or against us. If you do anything with China, that means you're our enemies. Rather unpack it and say, okay, security, we get it. You're worried about that, but China's not building a naval presence, military presence, air force. It's not doing it. So why are you worried about when we, sell energy? Let's unpack it. Let's deal with every network on its own terms, and not in these sort of simplistic ways that first the Trump administration and the early days of the Biden administration took it. I think the Biden administration and the Chinese are beginning to say, well, let's back away from this black and white approach, and maybe let's begin unpacking and talking. Where do we cooperate? Where do we legitimately compete? Where do we go to, have a proxy war? Occasionally that happens. How do we manage it?
Well, what's a proxy war between friends? Yeah. Right, yeah. Professor Murphy.
So the way I look at it, two different sides of it. On the calibration piece, in the economic and political space in particular, I think the Chinese, to date at least, their behavior has been, I think, incredibly responsive to the needs and desires of countries in the region, in the GCC. So going back a very long ways, I think they see their interaction, for example, as being supportive of the various Vision 2030 type of plans, right? I think they try to listen to what countries in this region are wanting to do and to partner with them on a very broad range of projects, and that as there is criticism, whether that's around the quality of construction or meeting deliverables or other, I think that they are quite responsive to that, at least behind closed doors, and thinking through with all of these countries, not just Saudi and the Emirates, but I think more broadly. And I think they've tried very hard to maintain relations, positive relations with every country in the Middle East, but particularly in the GCC, to try to have a very balanced approach in various ways. So that's in the economic and political sphere. And I would note on that as well, increasingly, they're pulling the GCC into some other regional configurations. So, for example, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, after Iran has joined as a formal member, Turkey is pursuing membership. Now, all of the GCC, except for Oman, are either dialogue partners or in the process of becoming that. Or with the BRICS, they're increasingly pulling GCC countries into the BRICS, right? So, and I think part of that may be driven obviously by the desires of countries in the GCC itself. So I think they're calibrating. That said, on the security side, I think they still very much see formal alliances, defense treaties, or playing a more robust security role as not being in their own interests in this region or globally, because they don't want to get pulled into conflict. I didn't mention this earlier, but another important interest for theirs in the region is not wanting to have their citizens or businesses targeted by terrorist attacks or towards other violence, right? And so I think they see having a more robust security role, as long as the current state of the international system persists, them having more of a security role, it's almost all downside for them. It makes them more of a target. It forces them to pick sides. They don't want to be pulled into these things. So I think that they're calibrating in a very sophisticated way on the economic and political side. But in the security space, I think for the most part, they are being very careful about how they engage.
I'd like to say something before we go to the next question or comment from the floor, which is that I think you point to something really important here for the Gulf Arab countries' relations with the United States, which is maritime security. I think maritime security is sort of the key, the most manifest iteration of what is an emerging new relationship that is nothing to do with any, even if oil for security was a caricature reduction, it's nothing to do with that. It's security for security. Security where? Security in the waters of the Gulf, of the Arabian Sea, and the Red Sea. Security in the three great choke points, the Suez Canal, Bab el-Mandeb, and the Strait of Hormuz. That is an American trump card in great power competition with China, as Paul mentioned, China's dependence on what comes through those choke points, and also what goes out from China through those choke points. It's crucial to the American global sort of strategic advantage. But it's also crucial to Gulf Arab countries, to their security, to their ability to trade, to their ability to import what they need, etc. So I wanted to make that point. I think people overlook, or they don't appreciate, the significance of the progress the United States has quietly made in drawing its partners together on maritime security in these areas. So we have a question here for or a comment, whatever you want to do, and then we'll come to you, Ambassador.
So, Doug Hengel, I'm a former American diplomat, and among other things, I teach a Geopolitics of Energy course at Johns Hopkins SAIS. So I guess one suggestion I wanted to make is if we could, in the remaining time, have a little bit of a conversation about OPEC Plus and the future of that, because I think there's a fair amount of expertise in the room.
Yeah.
If Adam Szyminski wants to exclude himself from that conversation.
But it's an invitation
well,
to
it's
comment?
an invitation to the moderator to
Call on Adam.
to do
Okay.
or to Adam.
I hereby do that.
Okay, but I also just wanted to
Yeah,
comment
sure.
briefly.
Do finish.
Maritime security, which I think what I heard Paul saying is that maybe this is an area where the U.S. and China could think about cooperating, and I think that's a great idea if we can get there. But
Thank you. So I hereby call on Adam. Yeah, also.
future of OPEC Plus.
All right, so who wants to go? Hey, Kate, go for it, Kate.
Let me make one. I mean, CAPSARC is actually one of the things that I think is often overlooked about OPEC, and CAPSARC has actually written a peer-reviewed energy journal published document on this, is that spare capacity actually reduces volatility and adds to global economic growth, right? So and the number that we came up with using various modeling techniques was about $200 billion a year net gain to the global economy because of the spare capacity. So, but back to the panel and other things is why does OPEC have such a hard time getting policymakers here in Washington and elsewhere to recognize that there's a legitimate kind of central banking type function associated with maintaining spare capacity, that cooperation with the Saudis on how and when to employ spare capacity to maintain economic stability is like a useful thing to do. And I'm surprised that we, haven't seen more of an effort on the part of either of the current or the previous administration to work on that.
Kate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the oil price, 73. A few things I wanted to say before we get on to OPEC Plus. On China, I've had two governments, European governments, wanting to be briefed about China-GCC relations. And I think Khalid Faleh had some very interesting things to say the other day, the investment minister in Saudi Arabia, about, this is a multipolar world, that we're going to go where our interests lie. And of course, there is a lot of investment flowing. It's no longer just an oil trade relationship. It's more, they've become key investors. They're putting a lot of money. Saudi Arabia, I think, is the biggest recipient of Chinese investment at the moment, and more is coming from that China Arab business meeting that they recently had. And also the fact that China intervened as a sort of broker between Saudi Arabia and Iran. I mean, it was already underway. The relationship was sort of starting to bubble a little bit. And of course, the Americans can't speak to the Iranians, and therefore China steps in. But do they really want to meddle in regional affairs? I don't think so. I think that was a one-off. Yes, there may be a GCC-Iran meeting that they want to host, but I haven't seen anything about that. But on the OPEC, OECD demand has been in decline. It's been flat. There was a surge in demand because of the Russia-Ukraine crisis. But we've seen, over the years since OPEC Plus was sort of created, it started as this in 2015 when prices were low and the Saudis realized that they really needed to bring Russia on board. And I think they have bent over backwards to accommodate Russia. Russia's not really You know, they gave them an equal quota with the Saudis when it was quite obvious that they would not be able to produce at that higher quota, you know, 11 million barrels a day. We don't really know what the state of the Russian industry is, but we saw also Saudi Arabia agreeing to sort of making this voluntary cut of 1 million barrels a day, giving the UAE a higher baseline. So I think there is there's a serious effort to keep it together, because at the end of the day, in the old days, OPEC alone had about 40% of the market. Now they have, 29%, maybe 30% at most. They need Russia. And I don't think they can manage the markets the way they've been doing. And yes, spare capacity does weigh on prices. And Russia is selling at a discount. But, at 73 barrels, $73 for Brent, the discount isn't that huge, because they already sell at a discount to Brent anyway.
I mean, so
there's no big loss.
Is that a loss-making price? Does that cover production?
It covers production, but not the budgets of certain countries. Certainly not Iran, not Saudi.
It's a loss price. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of. Okay. Great. All right. Sure.
Of course. I mean, personally, I think one of the Russia's great and not well appreciated diplomatic achievements in the last 18 months has been to get the Gulf states to give up market share to the growth markets in Asia to them.
Right.
And I'm not at all convinced that that's a sustainable long-term dynamic.
Probably
given the
not.
importance that these countries have put on that.
Right.
So in terms of the durability of the Russia Plus thing,
yeah, and Washington has something to say about that too. I mean, not too thrilled. So, Ambassador Roebuck, your comment or question, and
yes,
we're running out of time, but we'll maybe take the other two together.
I wanted to ask Paul and Hussein, you're welcome to also jump in on this. I was a little surprised, and I just wanted to ask if you agree with Ambassador Herbst's assessment that Russia has not, its influence has not really suffered that much yet in the Gulf from what has happened in the Ukraine. He gave various, sort of reasons for it in his view, but I wonder what your assessment is. The only other point I would make is that I sense that these governments out there, these leaders, are very realpolitik. They look very coldly at realities. And if you look coldly at realities, I mean, Russia has suffered a catastrophic blow in many ways. Anyway, I'd be interested in your assessment of Russian influence in the short and intermediate term.
Personally, I agree with him, because I think despite all that, Russia still has the usefulness that it had before. It wasn't being looked to provide anything that has been exposed as lacking in Ukraine. So it can still do the stuff and provide the leverage and whatnot that I think they wanted, the brokering and all that. Anyway, Paul, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that their influence has increased or decreased in the Gulf. I don't think they had much influence, but I think they came out very well after the invasion of Ukraine, that America's allies in the region did not stand with America, and for them that was a great a great thing. For the Russians, a great benefit diplomatically. Wouldn't call it influence. And in OPEC Plus, that's a different discussion, and that remains significant. And they're selling at a discount, taking Asian market. It's its own network, as it were, of discussions. But I think what's interesting to watch is the other side of it, which is the Wagner Group, because it's Wagner, which is partly in Syria, certainly in Libya, and then all parts of the Sahel and Africa as well. And it's only 3 days since what happened in Russia. But if indeed Wagner is dissolved and becomes simply part of the Russian official military, would the role that Wagner played around the region, around Africa and other parts of the world, which had an element of deniability for President Putin, so it was a useful tool, like Hezbollah is for Iran, it's not the same thing to have Russian troops in the Sahel or in Africa or in other places. So clearly Wagner is on the decline. What that's going to mean in Syria, what that's going to mean in other parts of Africa, that's a fast-moving thing, and it does look like it's going downward. And I would imagine Russia would lose a lot of local influence that Wagner built up for it, and that Russia is in no position to recoup or sustain or send new people out there. I think it's going to be a net loss for the Russians. Of course, it's only the third day, so we're getting ahead of ourselves.
I mean, I'm not sure that the Gulf countries loved what Wagner was doing anywhere, frankly, but that's a different story. We've got Ben? And you may end up having the last word here.
Okay.
We're running out of time.
It's not really on the agenda, but I was wondering if you could talk about India and Gulf perceptions of India. So energy ties have been increasing between the Gulf states and India in recent years. How do they think about India vis-a-vis China as another trade technology partner, like a counterbalance?
I think Professor Murphy is for you. No, you don't know.
I don't look at India deeply.
Oh,
so,
do you know?
no.
Well, I don't look at it deeply or in detail, but it's obvious that for the Gulf, India, is a huge social partner. You know, the biggest community in the Gulf is Indian or South Asian. Historically, they've been part of the Indian sort of expanse. Clearly, India is on the upswing in terms of technology and trade. They're very close. They even have maritime capacities that they're building out. So yeah, it's not an overlooked thing in the Gulf, but in the U.S. we always look at China. What's China doing and so on. But I think Modi's visit here, and when you dig deeper in the State Department, the Defense Department, they're increasingly aware of the role India plays, obviously globally as part of various alliances and so on, and the Quad and whatnot, but also playing in the Gulf. And I think that's certainly in terms of U.S. policy, that's an area where the U.S. doesn't need to go it alone.
Right.
We haven't talked much about Europe, that many of the Gulf look at Europe as various European countries as a main business and economic and security partner, and India emerging that way as well. So it's not the size of China economically and so on, but yes, India is a big emerging partner for the Gulf.
You know who's going to get the final word? All the way down at the end here.
Yeah,
We're going to get the final word.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, hello. Basically, I have one question that was probably answered before, but I want to point it out again. So my question is, the concept, the Indo-Pacific as a construct that is, although not coined, but at least promoted by the U.S. So my question is, are the U.S. constructs still attractive in the Gulf? We need to talk about the mindset change in the Gulf, and does that change also impact the thinking about the Western constructs? We have to talk about also seeing the U.S.-China competition for the Gulf. Is it a new bipolarity which is visible in the Gulf, at least?
Okay. My answer is yes, but I'm going to let the panelists answer as they like and give their final thoughts.
Well,
do you want to say something?
A quick comment. I mean, in terms of constructs, I think the U.S. and the Gulf are definitely not on the same page. Strategically, the U.S., as I was mentioning, says China and Russia are the enemy. Nobody in the Middle East agrees at all with that construct. Secondly, their construct is democracy good, and everything else is called tyranny or authoritarianism, or, bad word. And you look at, the UAE, it's pretty good governance in terms of, democracies in the region, Iraq, Lebanon. Democracy in the U.S. is it doing great? No. So that construct is wrong. And we talked a little bit about the rise of India, and instead of looking at it bipolar, that it's us or China, there's Europe, there's India, there's Japan, there's other players. And the world is a multi-layered world. It's not a simple bipolar, you're with this power, with everything, and you're with the others. So the constructs, I think, are really, we're talking past each other. We're not talking the same language.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. And so the last word is going to go to Professor Murphy, and that's so appropriate.
On the Indo-PACOM question, I think that this, again, it's a very fluid situation, and U.S.-India relations also are right. And so to the question on, is it a bipolar system in the region? I think taking a step back, looking at the U.S. and China as being the two primary great powers, but I completely agree with Paul's assessment that countries in the region are looking at a number of global powers, and India is one of those in thinking through what that configuration looks like. I do think it's important to keep in mind on your broader question regarding Indo-PACOM, again, just my views, not Department of Defense, right? India and the U.S. have a number of shared interests, and there's been increasing tension between China and India with some border conflicts. But that said, India, I think, is still incredibly careful in its relations with China as a nuclear-armed neighbor, and that India and China in the Middle East and more broadly in the global South often share more interests as far as sovereignty or the plight of developing countries, et cetera. So I think it's a very complicated relationship, and that India could play a very important role in the future in the Gulf more broadly.
Right, and especially sovereignty as defined as nobody gets to lecture anybody else about their own internal practices. That's a Chinese definition of sovereignty that's very appealing in the Gulf countries. Anyway, thank you so much to our panelists. Thanks to everyone for your attentive participation, and we'll break now and get ready for our keynote.
Hussein, could I just
Yeah?
jump in a word? Just remind everybody that when the panel ends, you should move downstairs, and we'll have lunch and the keynote address. Thank you, Hussein, and thank you, Paul and Dawn. It was a great panel.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention. Okay. Try this one more time. Nope. Okay, test. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, people in our virtual audience, welcome back to, at least here in the room, the most important session of the day, lunch. We've decided we wanted to speak while you're at lunch so that you don't fall asleep during Mike's very good presentation, as exciting as he's going to be. But honestly, you're in for a real treat today. Dr. Mike Howard is the CEO Emeritus of the Electric Power Research Institute, the guys who basically are trying to help the world electrify, one of the most important parts of energy transition. He is currently the chair of the World Energy Council, and has more than 40 years of experience in all parts of energy operations, finance, sales and marketing, product development, strategic planning. And was elected by the United States Energy Association in 2019 to get the United States Energy Award for his energy leadership and contributions to international understanding of energy issues. He's got a BS from University of Tennessee at Knoxville. He's got an MS from University of Pittsburgh and a PhD in engineering science, again from University of Tennessee at Knoxville. And we're going to try and do this as informally as we can. I'm going to give Mike a few minutes to start off. I'm going to have a couple of leading questions, but we want to draw all of you into the conversation. The discussion has been so good this morning. I want to make sure that when you agree with something, you let us know. If you disagree with something Mike says, that you also let us know and have a real dialogue started. So, Mike, it's a pleasure to have you here in Washington with us today. Thank you very much for agreeing to do this.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I tell you, the discussions this morning were fantastic. That is exactly why I really enjoy coming to these types of events, because as you said, I've been in the energy space for a long time. Most of my work in the energy space has been really focused on electricity. And every time I come to something like this, I learn something. And so I really want to have a discussion here. I don't want to have a formal presentation or anything, but really wanted to engage with you and talk about also a lot of the discussions that we talked about this morning. Excellent questions that were brought up, excellent comments, and so I really want to have that kind of a free-flowing discussion as well. But so as the ambassador said, I started my career back in 1980. I started with Westinghouse and spent about 10 years there, started my own company, sold it, and then got involved with EPRI. And EPRI is one of the largest collaborative applied research energy, electricity organization in the world. It does pretty close to about $500 million of work. It's a global organization. Its headquarters is in Palo Alto, California, on the Stanford campus. So I finished my career there a couple of years ago. For 10 years, was the CEO at EPRI. And EPRI gets involved in all kinds of energy-related things, primarily electricity, from nuclear to fossil to renewable energy to transmission, distribution, batteries, electric vehicles, electrification, on and on. So it covers a wide breadth of various energy-related topics. And then I was on the World Energy Council board and became chair about almost a year ago. And so how many of you are familiar with the World Energy Council? Okay. It actually started 100 years ago, right after World War I, to create a forum to have a dialogue about energy, very much similar to what we're doing here, but to bring all the people around the world, not discourage one view or another, but have a robust, more intellectual, fact-based discussion about how can we move forward with energy for humanity without shooting each other. That was really the reason it started, and it's been going forward since then. Every 3 years, although now we're going to every 2 years, we have a major conference. We call it a Congress, World Energy Congress. Right before COVID, it was in Abu Dhabi, and we'll have 15,000 people from there around the world in a series of 4 or 5 days sessions talking about many of the things we're talking about here. The next one is in Rotterdam. It's April of this coming year, and so we'll do the same thing. So please look at the World Energy Council on the website, sign up, be there in Rotterdam. I think it's going to be one of the most interesting weeks to really have a robust discussion about energy and the topics we talked about. So that's kind of a commercial for that. And for EPRI, go to the website, look at it. It's called epri.com. There's a lot of good, useful information on the website that if you're interested in, certainly about electricity, you can download it, look at it. And some of them are a little more techy, but go there and take a look at it. So let me just a couple of comments on the whole energy transition. You know, throughout history, go back a couple of thousand years ago, we've been through actually many energy transitions. The one that is probably the largest was the energy transition moving from more plant-based tree, animal resources to coal. And that mostly started around the early 1800s. And before then, the use of energy was really based on just what we could physically do. What could we do with using animals, a horse maybe, to plow a field? And so our use of energy was extremely limited. But when we figured out how to boil water to produce steam, to push a piston, boy, that really changed a lot of things. And that occurred in the early 1800s. What did that do, though? What was the one thing that it allowed us to do? It significantly, almost by an order of 10, increased our production of all kinds of product by using energy. So it was a significant productivity jump. Well, as we moved forward, we used oil and gas, nuclear and other things, and so the energy density continued to increase. Today, the energy density is orders of magnitude what it was 200 years ago. That's good for humanity. That has allowed us to enjoy the fruits of energy. And we will continue to improve the energy density that we so much enjoy in today's modern economy. Now, what also came as a result of that, though, was environmental destruction, release of carbon, because those original years was based on hydrocarbons. And when you combust hydrocarbon, you release CO2. In addition, you release all kinds of other kind of environmental issues, both land, water, and air. So this concept of trying to reduce our emissions is not just based on CO2. We hear a lot about that. We got to reduce the carbon, but it's a variety of other things. It's about taking care of our planet. It's about trying to figure out how we can reduce the impact of energy from a broad perspective to help all of us live a better and more fruitful and healthier life. So we are now in the midst of this next major energy transition where we're trying to work our way out of using fossil fuels. Now you hear people, oh, well, we're going to be off of fossil fuel by, pick a date, 2030. That's not even remotely possible. Okay, how about 2050? That's not even remotely possible. I mean, there are a lot of benefits to using hydrocarbons. Pretty much everything that we own uses hydrocarbons in making plastic or a variety of other devices that we use. And that is the basis of a lot of what we're going to have to take advantage of as we go through this energy transition. So we're not going to just automatically turn the spigot off. Now, do we have to reduce our carbon footprint? Do we have to reduce the amount of water that we use? Do we have to reduce the amount of other pollutants? Absolutely. But we have to do it in a way that is humanely acceptable to every person on this planet. So I'm all for trying to move forward as fast as we can, but I'm also a realist, a pragmatist, and I think about if we do this wrong, we're going to suffer the consequences that are going to be significant for years to come, if not decades. These energy transitions take a long time. It can take 100 years. This just doesn't happen overnight. And it's messy, and it's a very, very expensive to do. And so the question is, how can we do this that builds on top of technology in a way that every person on this planet can benefit from the energy resources that we so dearly loved? This morning, we heard a comment. 1 billion people do not have access to electricity, much less reliable electricity. That's profound. We live in this world today, and we still have, I mean, if there's, 8 billion people on this planet? 1 billion plus does not have reliable electricity? And that's crazy. With all the technology that we enjoy today, and that's still a fact. Well, how do we bring those people along with us? It doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of training. There's a lot of adapting to the social cultures in those communities that are trying to be enriched like we are. They want to be. A few years ago, I was in a village that just received electricity in Africa. The village was something like 400 years old, and they just got electricity. And I was there, and I asked them, I said, why? Why do you want electricity? I said 3 things. 1, to run the motors to pump water out of the ground. 2, to be able to communicate with the outside world. That's part of being, an opportunity to be educated. Happening. And 3, what do you think the third one was? This one kind of really surprised me. Anybody want to guess?
Watching football matches.
Watching football matches, yeah. Refrigeration. Yeah. For medicines and so on. I mean, that is where I grew up. I thought that was a basic right. Right? I mean, that's the society we live in, but that's not the case. And so we have a social obligation to help the world manage and move forward with this energy transition. That's about as blunt as I can say it. We have an obligation. Now, there's a lot of things that come with that obligation. One is we have to understand what are the technical and also the social implications to enable this transition. I know that there was discussion this morning about that. We have to be able to understand the issues around the circular economy. There was a discussion this morning around AI. Let me just give you one number on AI. So how many of you have used Chat GPT-3? How many of you? All right. So that's just kind of the latest, right? How much did it cost in terms of energy to train that AI? How much was it? Put it in terms of how much energy the average American uses in their home in 1 year. Put it in terms of that. Anybody want to guess? The amount of energy that it took to train that AI was the equivalent of 138 U.S. homes, amount of energy they use for 1 year. Average U.S. home, 138 of them for 1 year, was the amount of energy it took to train ChatGPT-3 that took 14 days. That's profound. And I can guarantee you ChatGPT-3 is not going to be the last. There will be multiple AI algorithms that get developed that'll be trained on multiple different data sets out there. And this venture in AI is just starting. I did my dissertation in AI back in the early 90s when it was just something that people, a few geeks were talking about. Now, it's going to be used on it for everything. Some good, some bad. The amount of energy that we're going to use in electrifying our global economy is going to be orders of magnitude more than what I think we even imagine.
So, Mike, if I can follow up on that, there were several visions of elements of the transition in energy expressed this morning on the national level, the global level, regional level. What is your sort of short-term vision for this coming energy transition, and then maybe a longer-term vision as well, so now to 2050 and then beyond 2050?
Yeah. So I kind of break it into two temporal zones, one to 2030, which, by the way, is not that far away. And then we go to 2050. So when we think about going to 2030, there are a few things that I think are critically important. One is that we continue to advance all of the above technologies. So I'm a technologist advocate. I think we should not take anything off the table, but advance and spend a significant amount of research in trying to advance those technologies and make many of them available to other countries to be able to use. Doesn't make any difference if we hoard it here. Meanwhile, we're using coal plants to produce steam and electricity somewhere else. That's not helping the humanity. So between now and 2030, I think there are a few things that one, we need to move aggressively to make sure that as many people in the world have access to reliable electricity as possible. I mean, that's kind of like step one. That we can do by 2030. We've made significant strides over the last 10 years. I remember when it was close to 2 billion people without electricity. Now we're actually, the latest numbers I saw, we're down below 1 billion people now. So I don't know, give or take a little probably. So that's one. Two is a recognition that we need to continue to use fossil fuels. Now, for many cases, I think moving to natural gas is the next step in that evolution. Moving off of coal and moving to natural gas, I think, is a very legitimate next step. And there's still a lot of coal that's used throughout this world. Also, starting to think about how do we convert a lot of those hydrocarbon intense industries to electricity. Now, that may sound simple, okay? We just kind of plug it in and now all of a sudden we can use electricity. But it is much more difficult than it sounds. Let's take cement. 6% of the CO2 emissions comes from the processing and making of Portland cement. 6% globally. We use a lot of concrete. We use a lot of steel. The process to convert that heating from fossil fuels to using electricity is an extremely complex process. There are some experimental technologies that companies are using now, but we're a long ways from solving this problem. But between now and 2030, we have to make significant strides on moving forward with using electricity to electrify many of our in-use devices. Now, it may be still in small scale by 2030, but steel and cement and other things. If we could make major strides on that, that is a huge step. Electric transportation is the other one. There are a lot of things that we can do to electrify transportation. One of them is batteries. By the way, the guy who won the Nobel Prize for the lithium-ion battery just passed away, I think maybe yesterday or the day before. Anybody know his name? Good enough. He went to Oxford. I mean, that was in 1990, I think, was when he developed that. That was a significant step toward electrification. Now, that enabled us to move off of lead-acid batteries. Can you imagine driving around with lead-acid batteries now? By the way, Ford and GM were developing electric vehicles using lead-acid batteries in the early part of the last century. So, but the question, lithium-ion batteries. What is the number one technology that is being advanced right now to on lithium-ion batteries to enable electric transportation? It has to do with increasing, and I used this word earlier, energy density. Now, what that means, let's take your average Tesla. It has batteries that will go about 300 miles. The 300 miles is dictated by the energy density of the lithium-ion battery. We are increasing the energy density about 18% every 2 years. So we're able to get 18% more energy in a given size, about 18% more every 2 years. That's exactly why we're able to do 300 miles, the same size, 400 miles, eventually it'll be 800 miles. I would say we're probably 5 years away from being 700 miles on a full charge. I don't know about you guys, but I can't drive 700 miles in a day, so I'm not, that kind of reaches my peak. I'll charge overnight. But that energy density is what is also going to enable all kinds of other electric vehicle transportation, trucks and so on. So then I come back to wondering about hydrogen. Is hydrogen really an option when it comes to electric transportation, long term? Maybe we'll come back to that one.
Okay.
So these are the types of technologies that are so important to advance. The other thing, and we talked about a little bit of this morning, is that if we think about electrifying, we also have to think about the delivery of the electricity. And we think about delivery of the electricity, we have to think about transmission and distribution. Now, we are significantly short of transmission on this planet. We have a lot of work to do on that if we are going to move forward with electricity. Now, question. How much of our total energy globally that we're using today is electricity? So if you think about the total energy that we use, how much of it is electricity? Anyone guess? Well, huh? Yeah, it's right around 20%. Yep, that's right. 20%. What's the rest? Biomass, oil, gas, hydrocarbons, and so on. That's pretty much, coal, that's right. Yeah, that's the rest of it. So there have been a lot of studies that have looked at where will we be in 2050 in terms of our use of electricity in terms of the overall percent of energy. Now, there have been a lot of different studies. I'm sure BP has one, and IEA, and many, many other people. Some of the numbers that when you triangulate and kind of take the average, I come up with about 50% as the likely percent of electricity in terms of overall energy by 2050. Now, what does that mean? Well, we're all going to be using more electricity. Why more electricity? Well, we're going to be using it for AI. We're going to be using it for electric transportation. We're going to be using it because the planet's warming for a lot of air conditioning. And so electricity gives us a lot more energy options than do hydrocarbons. Now, we're going to be using hydrocarbons to produce electricity, and that's where potentially carbon capture and storage comes in. But we're also going to be using a lot more wind and solar and renewable energy. A lot more batteries. Okay.
You've given us a bit of your vision going forward 20, 25 years. Maybe an even more basic question, what are the goals that we should be shooting for? I mean, Sultan Al Jaber has already said at COP28 they're going to focus on keeping a goal of 1.5 degrees centigrade as a ceiling on climate change. Does it need to be decarbonization? Is this a focus on CCUS? Is this a focus on replacing fossil fuels? But what goals do you think are realistic and something that can be financed and distributed equally as you say?
Yeah, so it seems like that we talk a lot about 1.5 degrees C. It's great to have that goal, but we're almost there. In fact, we're latest information I saw from the World Meteorological Organization is we're close to 1.2. We already have kind of baked into the system 1.5. I think there's an opportunity here to say, okay, we still do everything we can to strive toward policies, financing, technologies to get to the 1.5. But realistically, we're going to go beyond that. And so what does that also mean? If we don't start thinking about adaptation, we're going to be in a world of mess. And so while we continue to focus on the technologies and the financing and the thinking about reducing carbon, we also need to think about how do we adapt to this new world. And there are many, many things that we could do for that. I'll just give you one example. There was in Houston, the flooding that was maybe, I can't remember now, a couple of years ago. Yeah. One of the things that they found out is that the substations where all the big wires come in together got flooded. Well, part of the adaptation is raising that up a few feet. I mean, there are a lot of things that we need to think about to adapt to a more extreme climate event situation. And we need to start now. We can't wait till it happens.
I'm going to ask you one last question and then open up the floor for discussion. You approached at the very beginning of this conversation the sort of protection of the climate and the energy transition as a moral issue, one where we have to bring people, countries less fortunate than the United States, Europe, or the Gulf along with us. How can that be accomplished? I see hundreds of billions of dollars of energy flowing into renewables and CCUS and new technologies in the United States, especially with the Inflation Reduction Act. We now hear about European parliaments collectively or individually putting similar ideas that will bring keep European capital in Europe and not have to go to the US. And the whole goal is to create profitable companies, to create jobs and prosperity in the United States, in Europe, potentially in industrialized Asia as well. How will mitigation and adaptation be financed in the Global South, in Africa, in less affluent countries in the Middle East, in Asia, in Latin America? And whose responsibility is to help define this?
Yeah. So I'm sure there will be economists and political scientists that may disagree with this, but I think it is the developed countries' obligation to certainly reach out and help a lot more than is occurring right now. And also recognizing that as we go through this energy transition, there will be multiple shapes and colors and speed of transition that countries go through. It's not one for all. What happens in Africa has to be done based on the culture, the history, the resources, the technical expertise that they have, and so on. And how they adapt is going to be different than what we do here, for example. And we have to understand that. And we have to reach out and try to help. We have to be willing to take some of these unique technologies that we're developing and let them use the technology to continue to advance. But taking a nuclear plant and say, we're going to put it right in the middle of Africa, who has no nuclear engineering program, is ludicrous. And if we think that we can go do it for them, that's not sustainable. We have to help them develop the infrastructure that takes this so they can do it on their own over time. I'm pretty passionate about that. We have to work with these communities one at a time to help bring them up and take advantage of the energy resources that we so dearly love. And it's going to be different. Some of it is going to be based on using microgrids, not central station generation that we enjoy here. It's going to be based on batteries and wind and solar and other technologies. It's all going to be different, and it's going to take financing. We have to be able to help. So I saw a number the other day, 60% of the developing countries are debt, what do they call it, debt, And they have that burden that they're trying to work themselves out of. And how can we expect them to move at the pace that we expect the world to? They can't. We have to help. The developed world has got to help.
All right, let's open up the floor for questions. We'll start right here. Actually, I think we have microphones so we start.
And by the way, no question is off limits, so don't hesitate. I love questions, and I love, if I can't answer it, I'll tell you.
Bill's right here.
Yeah. I can just speak louder without a microphone.
Let's just,
okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Majid Zidane, University of Maine. So let's say a developing country want to build a new capacity for electricity for both residential and industrial. Nowadays in 2023, if they don't want to go nuclear, what are the options, the feasible options that could work both for residential and industrial, in your opinion?
So you have, did everyone hear the question? So a new community wants to move forward with electric, what are their options? You certainly have like gas turbines, if they have access to gas. You have wind and solar, probably the cheapest option. Right now, it's quickly becoming the cheapest option, backed by batteries. Nuclear is certainly something that's more reserved for more advanced economies, and it's also expensive, but it comes with a lot of other benefits as well. So I would think right now probably the highest on the list would be using wind and solar with batteries backed up by some base load generation like gas turbines, or maybe some biomass, depending on how much wood and other plant-based materials that they have. So they could use biomass as well. Or they could also, depending on their availability of water, could use hydro. So it's probably a mixture of a lot of things, not just one single thing. It's probably the answer. This particular place in Africa that I went to was solar with batteries. Yeah.
Well, let me follow up on that, because not only what do you use to generate the electricity, but what is the scale of what you have to generate? Is it a village? Is it a city? Is it a province? How do you, is it an area, a population number? And I'm sure it's different in different places, but how do you figure out the best mix of source of electricity to the population or industries that need to be served by that electricity?
Yeah. So you look at what the potential load and the timing of the load, more morning, more afternoon, or whatever. And so you look at that, and then you back in the design, solar, wind, gas, biomass, and so on. So you back into it. And then the other thing is all of it has to work together. The one thing about electricity that a lot of people don't quite, especially in the oil and gas industry, is that in electricity, things happen on a sub-second basis because you have to balance the amount of generation with the load, and they have to be balanced. And if not, it just kind of falls apart. So that is one of the physical requirements of electricity, is being able to balance the amount of generation of electricity with the load. And so that itself creates another problem, but that's where we're headed.
All right. No, please go ahead.
Thank you. You just raised an interesting point in balancing the generation with the load. Is there a way that you can sort of compensate for that differential using the battery?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's so in the U.S., more fully electrified kind of Europe, the U.S., Japan, I mean some others, you compensate for that balancing through interconnection. So transmission lines and others that get connected. And so while you need more over here, you move it over there, through the wires. But more and more of the thinking is also to use batteries as a resource to help make sure that they're equal, the balance is there. So more of it is batteries.
You started to touch on a point when you mentioned the term use of a microgrid.
Yeah.
In theory, had wondered, could you have a community, let's call it a village, a borough, a neighborhood that was totally energy self-reliant, meaning through wind, solar, geothermal? Could you basically provide all of the electrical needs in an ideal world, even sell some of that energy back to the grid, or I guess, sort of in a co-op arrangement, swap it for other utilities, right? Now, one of the things I was told, I'm from Pennsylvania, one of the issues is the grid, what is allowed back and under what terms, usually I think it's for credit as to future usage, but, and having not being able to do it sort of en banc, but it had to be done unit by unit, or residential unit by unit. I can only do it for my house. I couldn't do it as like the city of, Teslaville.
Yeah. Yeah. So the idea is that this wires that are connected, he could be generating electricity and selling it back to the grid for me to use. I could be 100 miles away, let's say, or I could be his next door neighbor, and we could trade back and forth. And that could help balance our overall need for electricity. Now, in the U.S., this gets down to more policy issues. There are certain restrictions at the local level that he can put it back on the grid and everybody could use it. But once you start, if we have this agreement with some other neighbors, then we become a utility, and that creates other issues. So from a technical perspective, you're absolutely true. In fact, many of the developing countries that are trying to expand their energy resources are looking at these types of configurations. Using a microgrid as just a small standalone system. It could be in a neighborhood, a community, or even broader. You could have multiple grids kind of connected together and they feed off of each other. So those are some of the ways that I think many of the developing countries will get access to electricity. It's through these smaller regional connection hubs with connections in between. So it's really a network problem.
Thank you.
Anybody on this side? Robert Ogilnecki.
Okay, thank you. A couple of years ago, Oman sold a 49% stake in its state-owned electricity company to a Chinese firm. I'm wondering what your thoughts are, given your background in electricity, about the geopolitical implications of foreign investments in a given country's, electricity firm, state-owned electricity firm, or grid. Thank you.
So, a very good question. A lot of it depends on, I think, you have to think about the security issue. And it's one thing to own it, it's another thing to control it. And so if you control the operation of the grid, that gives you more security. If you pass the operation of the grid to someone else, then you could be vulnerable. But there are many other foreign companies that are owning different transmission assets. For example, not too long ago, there was a company in the U.S. that owned a transmission asset in the U.K. And that happens. Nothing wrong with that. But it really comes down to what are you giving up in terms of potential security for the benefit of ownership. So I think that's the real issue you have to look at. And then the other thing is, by passing that to someone else, are you enabling the expertise to develop within your own country? Just some of these are, energy is something that's going to be around for a long time. And there's a certain amount of capability that you need to develop within your own country. The educational system. We haven't talked about the workforce development yet, but you need to develop that workforce and that capability, the educational system, the university infrastructure, and so on. You have to develop that. The regulatory issues. How do you regulate? Somebody brought that up this morning. You need to help develop these things so that eventually you're more sustainable in terms of your own energy security. So.
Well, in fact, I think the education at all levels is going to be a key part of adaptation, because you have to, at the elementary school level, teach children how to live more efficiently, and at the university level, teach people how to produce new and ever more sophisticated ways to transmit and produce electricity.
Yeah. In fact, I'm glad you mentioned the word efficiency. I am a big advocate for, when you think about using electricity, start off first by thinking more efficient. There is a lot of things that we could do to be more efficient in how we use electricity. That's kind of the low-hanging fruit.
So go back to this side. Anyone here? Okay. Sir, please.
Given the principal characteristic of small modular reactors as energy dense, do you think there's a role for SMRs to play in developing countries and shaping their energy future?
Yeah, a lot more so a small modular reactor than a large, 1,000 megawatt light water reactor, because part of the smaller modular reactor is designed as being a system that you can put in place and then you just kind of let it run. But I say that only if the country agrees to certain things. And one is that they agree to develop the social structure to support it. A country that says, I'm going to put in a small modular reactor, and they have no, for example, nuclear engineering program, I'd say no. You have to educate the workforce to be able to support it. Or else I would say, don't go there. But I do think there is an important role for small modular reactors. It's post 2030, maybe closer to 2050. But I do think, and I am very pro-nuclear, and so I do think there's an important role for that. In fact, a lot of times I'll talk about end-to-end, which N, the letter N, natural gas to nuclear. That may be a little extreme for some people, but I do think there is a role for nuclear, and the prices have got to significantly come down, and on and on and on. But there's a lot of work in that area right now.
So we'll come here to the middle to Tim Callan next. Tim.
Thank you. So big picture question. I guess two big trends, as you said, of financing and technological transfer, yet we're in an environment where, certainly the trade side, the relations across different regions of the world are deteriorating. And as you mentioned, governments, not just in developing countries, but in many advanced countries, are getting to debt levels which are, probably in many cases difficult to sustain. So I guess, how does this work out in terms of, getting an energy transition in, 50 years when you have an environment that doesn't seem conducive to two of the major things you're going to need? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest challenges we have is the whole trade issue. It's my toy, and I'm going to keep it to myself. That is a real restriction globally. I realize the issue around intellectual property and so on, but maybe there's a way that I worked on this one. It was actually a CCS project, and there was some really intellectual property. We kind of separated that in a black box, but then enabled everything else around it. So there are ways that we can do that. There are ways that we've done that on semiconductors over the years. And so I think when someone just says, we're not going to trade with you, no, we got to change that mentality. There are restrictions that we could have, but we got to be willing to help these countries, because this is a global issue, not a local issue. Climate changes, and we have to treat it as much more global than we are. So that issue is one that concerns me. Also, same thing with financing.
But let me go back to something that you said very early on. I appreciated the idea that countries that have technology and wealth have responsibilities for an energy transition. I want to slice that differently. What do you see as the chief responsibilities of governments as versus private sector organizations? Because I think there are strengths and weaknesses of each. So how do you think they should be integrated in a transition?
So I think governments need to think about what are they prohibiting in terms of the transition? What roadblocks are they creating that inadvertently don't allow the energy transition? Whether it's financing, whether it's regulatory, whether it's political, social restrictions that they place. I mean, it's looking at that and then let the market take, if you take care of that, the market will figure out a way, I think, to enable it. But there are a lot of countries that I've been to that there are restrictions. And like, okay, well, fine, that we can't go there. So those restrictions, I think, is the one thing that I would encourage take a serious look at.
Look over on this side of the room. Any questions? Please.
This morning there was a brief reference, excuse me, to desalinization, particularly in the Gulf. I'm wondering if you could maybe develop a bit further this connection between water security and power generation and how particularly countries in the Gulf can reduce that vulnerability they have to being so dependent on a single technology.
Yeah. So water restriction is becoming a major problem, not only just in the U.S., but around the world. And it's something that is going to become even a more serious issue. So in terms of developing the technology, when I was at EPRI, I constantly emphasized anything that you develop, when you're in part of that development cycle, think about how socially it will be used. Think about the unintended consequences. Think about the amount of water that's used to enable that technology to be successful. A fossil plant uses a tremendous amount of water. Now, South Africa has figured this out. So they have what they call dry cooling. I mean, there are various technologies that you can implement to help reduce the amount of water that is used. And so we have to think through that. But there are many things, especially, in more thermal plants where water is front and center. But can we also use brackish water, which is, I don't know how to explain it. It's not always clean water. It's water that can be filtrated and reused over and over and over. There's a whole body of research that's going on right now to reuse water that we have and really think about our overall use of water. We're going to hear a lot more about water, and we've already started here, especially in the Middle East.
And actually, let me add to that, because I was in the Gulf last week, and sort of two issues on water and energy relationships I found were very interesting. One is one of the countries I visited has got a real bifurcation in their energy. They've got a ministry of oil, and then they have a ministry of electricity, water, and renewable energy. So they have chosen to put renewable energy bureaucratically with electricity production because every power plant has a desalinization plant along with it. This is one way to organize it. Does it make sense in the long run if the country is getting most of its revenue through oil? And then how is that revenue is efficiently allocated back into the production of electricity or renewables? The other was an NGO I met with that has its project to try to take the condensation from air conditioning, which is now 95 or 97% lost. What would it cost? They're trying to figure out if you hook up apartment buildings, office buildings, parking lots, shopping malls, how can you reuse the water from the condensation from air conditioning? Totally two different scales, but people are beginning to look at the efficiency of water usage and what the most bureaucratically efficient way to link energy, electricity, water together. I'm not sure anybody's got the right answer yet, but I've had just two interesting approaches last week.
Yep.
Other questions over here? On this side? No? Right here. Yeah.
Hi, Hi, sorry, you touched a little bit on this earlier, but I kind of wanted to ask a follow-up question. So I appreciate that there is a slow timeline for the energy transition. It makes more sense for the economy, for the people involved. But kind of with the rapid pace of climate change, and for a lot of people and nations, it really is life or death, do we not have a responsibility to kind of speed up the timeline in becoming more sustainable? And is it more affordable to even do that, as you can see, like with ocean levels rising and things like that?
Yeah. So I, thank you for asking that question. We have to, it's paramount, have a sense of urgency, but recognize that things happen on a scale that can be absorbed. You know, that products can be made, people can be educated, communities can adopt it, and so on. There's this built-in mechanism to be able to adapt and move forward with the energy transition in a pace that I think has to be recognized that is not easy. It's in every community, every country has their own pace, but we need to do that thinking that time is of the essence. So we've got to push, and we can't just let it happen. And so we have to push. And I do feel there is a sense of urgency and need to move as fast as we can. But I just think that at the same time, thinking that we're going to get to 1.5 is just almost misleading as well. So that's the balance. So I do feel a sense of urgency. So we have grandkids, and I don't want them to live in an environment that's 2.0.
So we'll go back over to this side. Any more questions here?
But keep asking that question. Don't give up on that one.
Please.
Hi, Michael Checkham with State Department. So one thing that is to this conference, and thank you for hosting this, ran through my head the relationship between disasters and energy. Now, I would say war is a bad word, and hopefully I dream for the day there's no more war. But I did help when we had to get our Americans out of Sudan just recently, and Yemen is in constant problem, although we're in a good spot right now. But there's also natural disasters, and you touched on one thing, flooding, even in the United States. So is the energy sector, our energy companies kind of, how do they see disasters as an area that they can plan for in terms of servicing the needs of people, of societies?
Yeah. So the one thing that's happened over the last 10 years is the recognition that the climate change is creating more weather events. That connection between anthropogenic CO2 and climate, I think, is something that has been studied significantly, and there is a connection there. And it's becoming even more extreme. So companies now, even utility companies, are starting to think, if we're going to provide the reliability and the resiliency of energy that society expects, we have to think differently about the operation of the grid. What are things that we can do? We can increase the elevation of our substations. We can reinforce the transmission lines. We can, in fact, now even when being able to predict weather events and stationing recovery crews in and around those locations. So there's a whole variety of things that are happening now that to really deal with this issue. Unfortunately, it's only going to get worse. My gosh, we've had more heat waves now, both in the U.S. and in Europe and Asia, than we've ever had. Unfortunately, now part of that is due to El Nino this year, but a lot of it is just the changing temperature. We're going to have more of these.
Actually, Doug, before you ask your question, let me add on top of that, but a different kind of energy-related disaster. Because 2 years ago, we had a Gulf energy minister speak at our conference, and he very seriously criticized hydrogen as an energy source stored in ammonia, saying that ammonia is dangerous to humans and life, and if you start transporting ammonia as a source of energy around the world, there will be a large-scale disaster. People will die, and you will be either you'll just have to live with it, or you will have a lot of social pressure to end that. One of the questions is, as we go through, how do you mitigate, reduce the chance of whatever kind of disaster that may be associated with the old energy system or the developing energy systems, and you have to look, having a new system for this future may not be the only way. In other words, it may solve all problems and create new problems, but we'll look at this going forward. And Doug, I'll let you ask your question, please.
Sorry. One issue I don't think we've discussed yet is cyber security. So a more electrified world could increase the cybersecurity risks. Who is responsible for dealing with that? Is it the utilities? Is it governments? Is it somebody else?
So it's both. And let me tell you, I used to serve on the ESCC, which is a joint government industry cyber program in the U.S. Cyber is an issue that is also not going away. We are going to be more digitized as we more electrify. And so we have to think about everything that we do. What is the potential vulnerability? And that really is a partnership between the government and the industry. And we have, there are a lot of things that we can do to reduce the probability or likelihood of a cyber event. One is just keep your devices up to date on the, on the updates, the software updates. But it is a major issue, but it is a joint effort between the two. It has to be. I don't see any way around that one.
I think, well, let's see. We've got two questions. We'll go here first. Sarah, you'll be the last question.
And I want to hit hydrogen too before, because I got some ideas on that.
Maybe we'll, okay, please.
Thank you so much for your insight today. My name is Elizabeth Score, and piggybacking off of the cybersecurity question, as we continue to develop critical infrastructure in these developing nations, bringing them onto the power grid, and opening them up to these vulnerabilities, how can we ensure that those that are responsible for electrifying those communities, when we go in, start strong and not leave them with, all of the zero-day vulnerabilities that power companies in the United States are vulnerable to today? Because it's unrealistic to think that we're just going to automatically catapult them into 2023.
Yeah, no, it's society is going to be more vulnerable. And when we deploy some technology, we really have to make sure that local governments, communities are cyber aware. This is a big issue. EPRI has a program on cyber, and it's just there's no one set formula. But I think right now, just an awareness that it's a serious issue and plan for it is an important part. So we could spend a whole hour on that one, and maybe the next time.
Okay. Sarah.
Thank you very much for the very insightful and interesting presentation. I just have a question, very quick one. You talked about energy intensity. In your opinion, if just aside from carbon emissions, which fuel do you think is the most efficient or best fuel to produce electricity if you wanted to look at
nuclear by far.
Nuclear.
So the efficiency and energy intensity of nuclear is orders of magnitude greater than anything else. So that one's, yeah.
Okay. Kate, please.
And then I want to hit hydrogen.
Okay, then you do hydrogen.
Very, very quickly. Nobody's kicking us out yet. I wanted to ask, climate change is also having an impact on the on solar, the ability of solar to cope with increased dust storms, you know, the efficiency. And also the UN tells us the wind speeds are going to come down. So what is being done? I mean, obviously the technology has to keep adapting to the changing weather patterns.
Yeah. So a lot of work on designing of wind turbines to extract as much energy as it can from the movement of air. And so they're becoming more efficient. Let me give you a specific example on solar panels. The average solar panel efficiency was somewhere around 12% just about maybe 15 years ago. Now we're up toward 18%. There are technologies that are now reaching up to even 30%. And so what's happening is the efficiency, in other words, the ability of the solar panel design to convert photons, light, into electricity is considerably improving over time, and it will. So now we're in fact, the latest I saw was 48%. That's experimental, but that's one thing. So while you have the climate change issue, you're able to convert more of what photons do get through into electricity. So hydrogen, and I'll make it really quick.
Well, and I've got one last question that I want to actually lay out. No, but after you finish hydrogen, but lay out for everybody in the room as well to think about. So, Mike, hydrogen.
So hydrogen is an area that I've spent a fair amount of time thinking about, and my conclusion right now, I can change, is that if you can absolutely not electrify, then consider hydrogen, but as only a last resort. And maybe the next time we can talk a lot more about that, but the thought of shipping ammonia around the world as a resource, maybe there's some applications that you need it, but I would think about that as a last resort, first electrify. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Now, using hydrogen at the end result where you can use an electrolysis to convert water to hydrogen to use at the point of end use, maybe. But the problem with hydrogen is that H and O love each other way too much. And it takes a lot of energy to extract it to. But there's some new catalysts that are being developed that will lower that energy, but there's still a physical limitation on that. And I just don't think, I think somebody said it earlier, it is way overhyped right now. And there's a certain amount of realism that has to come into the picture. So that's my comment. Okay.
Last question, but this is really for everybody in the room to leave thinking about, and maybe you can come back tomorrow and contribute sort of online the answers. We've talked a lot about international responsibility, need for cooperation, how the global north can help the global south. Is the whole conference of parties, COP27, COP28, recently focused on the Middle East, worthwhile? Is this a waste of resources, or is it something that focuses energy? And if it is worthwhile, what part of it is the most worthwhile?
So
and it's an easy
there's
question,
what I love are these types of dialogue. I like the give and the take. I like the discussion because it's just elevating the issues forward. When I've been to COP, I did not get a lot out of them in the previous ones. For me, the discussions seem to be hollow or over-optimistic or pie in the sky kind of thing. I don't know, but it's these types of forums where you can get down into the dirt and really have these robust discussions. That's what I like. Now, a big part of COP, though, is also one-on-one sidebar discussions. It's you and I coming together and talking about a deal. And a lot of work happens in the back room. So from that perspective, it's useful, but in terms of broad policy issues, I think it's less effective. That's my view.
If you'll all join me for thanking Mike Howard for an amazing, more than an hour-long presentation. Mike, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. This audience has been great. This workshop forum has been fantastic and is exactly what we need more of.
Great. Thank you all very much. That concludes our formal part for today, and we will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for an online Zoom session. So we'll start out with an IEA proposal and then a report and then a wrap-up session. So thank you all very much for joining us today.